Hey, if you're watching the VOD, I'm going to recommend... Let me make sure you can fucking hear me. If you're watching the VOD, I recommend you skip ahead a bit. I'm not going to start watching this right away. I had to start the live stream at 7:30 because I don't want to be late. God damn it. But in about 10 minutes, Bird's going to get home with some stuff he needs me to help him carry into the house. So I'm going to get up and do that. And in light of this fact, I'm going to chill here before I start the show so I don't have to interrupt it to do that. Let's share the screen. I was just watching this
two-handed underhand spin.
Josie live stream. Suffering at the bowling alley.
Why did that guy wait for me? Why is he scared of me? Anyways.
I'm live. Hey. Look at that cool-ass Schizo shirt she's got on. Kiss me, I'm confused. What form?
That one pulled my arm pretty bad. Oh my god, we got some that time. That one hurt my arm.
Oh my god, we got some that time.
I think I like threw it, but I didn't.
Right, Josie, enough. I'm gonna wait for people to show up so we can watch us some goddamn Simoun. I'm excited about this video. Yeah, y'all hear they're finally making this goddamn Uzumaki anime? I was at the panel with the director talking about this shit in 2019 at Otakon. So I'm not convinced it's real until it's actually out. I guess they made some little toys for Amazing Digital Circus too.
Hey, Pomni, I put hot sauce in this coffee and kidnapped his whole family. You've got to see this. Pomni?
Heaven?
Oh, hell.
Hey, guys. Hello? Listen, I need to get real with you for a moment. This will be really hard
my mom
for you
talking
to hear,
about apple pie.
I'm revamping the movement engine in the entire digital circus!
Oh.
And I'm testing it right now!
Okay, I think I speak for the void here when I say I don't give a
Well, my new update's bugged. Time to panic!
Whoa.
They got Kinger! They got Kinger!
Oh, I'm not actually frozen. Hello?
No, I didn't even get to tell
I
them.
see, they turned into toys. I get it.
That's right. You can now get your own cute little digital circus characters as collectible mini figurines, aka Animinis!
Wow. Annie Minis. Isn't that what those fucking little... Hold on. Yeah, I made a whole video about
The
Annie
year
Minis.
is 2003.
They didn't have a
Anime
Z at the
culture
end,
is
but-
taking root on a global scale as widespread internet use brings information and resources to a burgeoning base of young fans. Adult Swim's anime block is evolving. Toonami is still on during the day, and Cartoon Network even introduces an action block on Saturday nights leading up to Adult Swim with shows like Rurouni Kenshin and G-Gundam. Saturday mornings on WB and the Fox Box bring myriad new anime to young children, while adults collect an ever-broadening selection of home DVD releases. Companies like ADV and Geneon are licensing everything in sight, blissfully unaware of how their companies will eventually cannibalize themselves and die out during the economic collapse of 2008. This is the climate from which ADV's Anime DVDs were generated. These GameCube-sized discs each contained one episode of anime, were meant to be an inexpensive way for people to taste test new shows without having to drop
Not
30
the
bucks
size
on
of a whole
DVD. At the
GameCube,
time,
of
a
course.
26-episode anime series was typically released on 6 to 8 discs at $30 a pop, so collecting an entire series was a huge investment, and most people weren't internet savvy enough to find and download shows online, much less to do it safely. Streaming video wasn't really even a thing yet. Mini DVDs were typically $5 to $7 for one episode, which seems really steep by today's standards, but they had the catch that you could redeem them for $10 off of the full DVD purchase if you bought it on ADV's website. The back of the box indicates that they were meant to be traded as well, so ideally, if you had friends who were anime fans, you could all check out new shows on the cheap and decide on who got to use the discounts for what shows. There isn't a lot of information about Animini's on the internet, but looking at the press releases on Anime News Network reveals that ADV's original intent was to market these towards girls. The first wave of releases were all branded as shoujo anime, though it's more accurate to say that they all featured primarily female main characters. Azumanga Daioh, Happy Lesson.
Yeah. You get it. Mini DVDs. That was a thing. Hey, did you guys know I put out a new video on my anime channel? A whole new anime analysis video? What if we watch that while we wait for people to show up to watch Simoun? And while I wait for Bird to get home so I can help him bring in beers.
TV show, which this video was paid, you can see on live action adaptations. A lot of anime and manga really didn't need to be adapted into live action, and a lot more of them have been than most of you probably realize, going all the way back to the 50-episode Astro Boy TV show, which predated even the anime. Plenty of excellent manga adaptations have aired over the decades. The ever-popular reinterpretations of long-form romantic comedies and contemporary dramas on Japanese and Korean TV, for instance, and feature films from the Lone Wolf and Cub series of the 70s to the Rurouni Kenshin series of the 2010s. But there have also been a litany of horrid flops, which soured a lot of audiences to the entire idea of adapting anime and manga stories into live action. In the 90s and 2000s, audiences were still begging for a live-action Evangelion movie. No one yet knew how bad a live-action Cowboy Bebop could go. And some of my favorite manga adaptations, like Hideaki Anno's Cutie Honey
Gary, are
film,
you asking
were
about the
created.
Mini
And
DVD
nowadays,
video?
adaptations
That was,
ranging
yes,
massively
very
in
old.
quality are becoming increasingly commonplace. From Netflix bringing us live-action takes on One Piece and Yu Yu Hakusho,
Aggie Dine,
to
there really
Hollywood
hasn't
having done
been a
Battle
good
Angel Alita
Ghost in
and
the Shell
Pikachu
since
movies before
Standalone
COVID killed
Complex, in my
movies. All of
opinion.
those crazy-ass Takashi Miike anime adaptations over the last 20
I
years,
also
and
say that in
so
this
much
video,
more. But
but,
even still, that's a drop in the bucket compared to
yeah,
all
it's
the
all been
anime and
pretty
manga
garbage.
that exists, and I think there's plenty of exploitable intellectual property just waiting to be reinvented out there. So here's my list of demands. K. Yes, the anime franchise that is just called K. This show is just about cool-looking dudes flashing around cool swords in the streets of Tokyo, and I don't think it does anything that live action couldn't replicate with even more charm. I think real actors with some charisma could bring all these badass characters to life even more than the limited expressions of the anime series, and even copying the dynamic visual presentation of the anime might.
I love that. I've only seen the first 5 episodes of K. I watched it with Bird and Landon at Landon's house because Bird was introducing us both to the show. We were both really enjoying it, but we didn't end up finishing it. But I had totally forgotten that there was like a cute little mascot character on the main character's shoulder. And of course, I was not shocked when every every shot of that character from the first episode was in this edit. I was like, oh yes, that one Lucario fan definitely edited this. I appreciate it. I encouraged that, I was like, hey, whatever is like your taste, you got to work that into your edit, so people know it's you. You got to leave your thumbprints on it. And in Lucario's fan's case, the fingerprints are without a doubt the mascot characters.
Might look just as cool in live action as it does in animation, because it's mostly the result of visual
And rare
processing effects and unique shot framing anyways. Volcano High is probably the best example of a movie that looks how I would imagine K would look in live action, and it was kind of cool. Ghost in the Shell.
Yes, I know the live action movie was controversial, but that's partly for being mid and too far from canonical take on the story, and partly for the time and place controversy of Scarlett Johansson being cast to play Motoko Kusanagi. But there's no reason to think this couldn't have been done better, and there really hasn't been a great anime attached to the franchise in a long time.
Yakuman said, I immediately
there's
knew
a huge
Lucario fan was
void here
editing
waiting
when
to be
Yes5
filled. There
Precure showed up.
must
That's
be an
another good
actually
reason.
good sci-fi writer sitting on a Ghost in the Shell script somewhere out there. Find it, print it, ship it, fax it, get that shit out there. Nazca of the Valley of the Wind. Okay, hear me out, right? So Miyazaki
Yeah, Gary,
tragically
you would have
kicks the
heard me
bucket,
record
right?
the audio
And
for
then-
this
and
on
then,
stream.
Hold
but
on,
the
don't
video.
click away yet. Okay, so James Cameron. Wait, hold on. The manga
no.
is the storyboard, all right? And it's not. It's longer than The Hobbit. I'm going to hell for this. Kara no Kyokai. I don't know if this would actually work, but imagine a live-action version of this with the visual presentation of Let the Right One In. I would be really interested to see who could play these characters and how they'd be interpreted, but it's hard to imagine this happening given the audience for this show. Oh, and fuck it, Fate Zero. Do that with some really good actors, and you've got some decent imitation HBO. Stop Hibari-kun. I think this show could easily be modernized to come off as less problematic to its own prospective modern audience. It's a show about a guy falling in love with a trans girl and basically coming to terms with that, while her dad comes to terms with the fact that no matter how much he protests, his daughter is not changing. If you could find the right charismatic trans actress to play Hibari-kun, reduce the already light raunchiness of the series, tighten in on the transphobia, and let the main romance progress more quickly while the dad remains the antagonist, and I think this could easily become a strong, acceptance-boosting youth rom-com. Shiki. This anime is based on a manga based on a novel by the same author
Rosin
as
made
12
an
Kingdoms, which is
adaptation
based
with
on a
real
novel by
dolls.
Stephen
That would
King
be
called
really
Salem's
interesting.
Lot, which itself has already been adapted into live action.
Like,
the Shiki manga has a really weird art.
It doesn't necessarily have to. Well, I guess, yeah, it would be funniest to do it with like real people and real dolls, right? But I'm thinking like Thunderbolt fantasy style, like little dolls. Tokusatsu with dolls show. That'd be fun. That's a solid idea. I mean, they just made that Chucky show. That was super popular, right? Just do that, but with Rosin Maiden.
Art style, which was copied over into the anime series, and while I personally think it adds to the weird vibe of the story, it is unquestionably off-putting compared to the incredibly tightly written horror script, which, in a good live-action adaptation, I think could fuck people up harder than The Walking Dead ever even dared to try. Steins Gate. I'm honestly surprised this hasn't already happened, just because it seems like it would be so easy to do on such a tight budget. The plot of this show could be reduced into an 8-episode miniseries of 45-minute episodes with no effort, and it would only lose scenes that shouldn't have ever been there in the first place. It's so easy to do, it seems obvious. Humanity has declined. This is another show with a weird art style that kind of boosts the vibe of the show, but also isn't as broadly appealing as its tight, surreal sci-fi writing is, which reads like an anime-fied Twilight Zone series. I don't think this is on enough people's radars for the IP to look juicy to investors, and I'm also sure that some of these stories wouldn't be nearly as adaptable into live action as they are into animation, but I also think that any attempt made to create these images juxtaposed against real actors would be absolutely hilarious. Baby Steps. One of the best sports manga of all time, which was canceled without conclusion. The anime adaptation went 50 episodes, but was kind of ugly and never really took off in the way that Haikyuu or Kuroko no Basket did with their gorgeous production IG adaptations. The story of this manga is so good that it easily shone through the quality of the anime for anybody who watched it, but it was hard to argue that the thing looked attractive. Put this thing in real life and give it even a middling budget, and it'll probably go over better than the anime did. Just imagine if it was good enough to get the manga resurrected. One can dream. Barakamon. This is one of the funniest single seasons of super accessible anime out there, and I've still got no idea why the
Bird's
anime
home. I'm gonna
swerved
go
and
help him
adapted
bring in
the
some
mediocre
stuff.
prequel manga next instead of continuing the story, but we never got more of it. It probably would be hard to find a child actor who could capture the raw energy of the main little girl, which might be why this has never happened, considering just how down-to-earth the story and dialogue mostly are. But if they ever did find someone, I think this could still easily be modernized and retold today. Technolize. Can you even imagine how goddamn intense it would be?
I'm not going to get into describing one of the most art house sci-fi anime out there. If you want to suffer psychological pain from anime, check it out. As much as the art style defines the atmosphere of the anime series, I think the script of this show could be tightened up into something really impactful in live action if someone took an equally absurd approach to realizing it. X 1999. Clamp created this series about 14 superpowered people on two sides of an apocalyptic war over the course of the 90s, and they never finished it. Rintaro's insane art house film adaptation gave the story a memorable ending, and Madhouse also took a hack at adapting it into a TV show, but I don't think the potential of the story has really been fully realized yet. Clamp's art style is so defining that it's understandable to think that their work translates best to animation, but I think this story is most interesting for its framework and its concept, and it could be realized better with a new script and real actors, especially with a visual style like the Netflix Sandman show. Jinro the Wolf Brigade. This movie already has a hyper-realistic style, and it's part of a series of adaptations which already has other incarnations in live action. I haven't seen those movies, and I love the Jinro film as it is, so it's not that I think it could necessarily be done better in live action. However, it's another case in which the script can easily be re-realized and captured in a uniquely interesting way by the right director. Obviously, with a lot of these, I'm being overly hopeful about how good these adaptations would probably be, but this is my fantasy. Bakano. The light novel series is kind of a clusterfuck, and the anime series did a pretty great job of combining the first 4 novels into one coherent story with a satisfying ending. That said, the anime hasn't held up for me as much as I wish, thanks to stretching out a lot of pretty thin content to fill those 13 episodes. I think Bakano could be trimmed into a 120-minute script with real actors and would be incredibly badass as long as the regeneration effects looked decent. And lastly, Beastars but in fursuits. Come on! Come on! All right, that's all the ideas I've got for now. Do you think these are terrible ideas, or would you watch them? What anime do you want to see in live action? Let me know in the comments, and never forget, anime forever. Yakuban's response, it's working. I'm annoyed. I want none of these to be made. And if I weren't a longtime viewer, I would argue about this in the comments. That's hilarious. Okay, may I apologize for my lack of presence. In general, I have, for the last few days, have not been very present mentally. Been gone. Been a million miles away. Somewhere in the middle distance. Okay. Let's watch some fucking Simoun, yeah? What did Simoun? Let me know if y'all are ready to watch episode 17. Skipping ahead to 1 minute 30. And we shall get it on underway. You smoked ghost weed? What the fuck is ghost weed? And where can I get some? All I've got is regular ass weed. Hikari ni tsuzumade kono something sucking on a dick. Anybody ready to watch this thing? I can't have it all big screened like this. I gotta make that shit tiny. Landon,
we're not watching Love Live. Because Love Live, even if I wanted to watch it, is full of songs that would definitely get copyright taken down. There's no chance that I'm live streaming watching Love Live. Also, there's such a long list of other things that I have a desire to watch ahead of that. You are free to watch Love Live. You can bring Gary always. You can bring whoever else you want. You know, as soon as my stream's over, you can even do it at the same time. You can go stream Love Live to a Love Live fan audience while I'm streaming Simoun. But we're locked in on this show, all right? We're already on episode 17. We got to finish this fucker. And as Yakuman says, Love Live also fucking sucks. At least Simoun gets good eventually, which is true. It has gotten pretty good. I don't know if I would full on say that it's good, like with capital good yet, you know? But it's definitely good. It's not bad. It's above average, above decent, you know? So it's good. But it's not yet capital G good, you know? But we'll see if we cross that threshold tonight. All right, y'all ready? On the count of 3, when I say go, we go. 3, 2, 1, go. It didn't work. Fuck. Hold on. Again. 3, 2, 1, go. That time it worked. Hopefully you weren't ready the first time. And we're the second time. That's fucked up, Yakuman. Landon mostly has good taste in anime. Love Live is the only anime Landon recommends that I probably would not recommend. Imagine being from a country called Boom Boom. We're the Plume Boomians.
なたには忘れてはいけない多くのことがあるはずよ、ねビリル。
ドミヌーラとリモネ消えちゃったね。水玉のリマージョン失敗か。本当はあの二人逃げたんじゃないの？
そう思えばわずかに救われる。いや、重要なのは原因ではなく結果だ。我々はまた大切な仲間を失った。
Gary Always, this is indeed one of Ava Tyson's Chris's kitty dogs from the Mr. Beast burger. Jesus fucking Christ.
嬉しいけど。
これからは相部屋なんだもん。仲良くやろう。
そうだね。お帰りなさい皆さん。ようこそアルクスプリマへ。深く。
中央は先の攻撃で破壊されたコール・ルボルとコール・カプトのシムーン12機について再生を断念せざるを得なかった。
現在アルクスプリーマに存在するコールは皆さんのコールテンペストのみです。九州様、コール・ルボルとカプトのメンバーはほとんどのシビラは泉へ行かれた。お役御免ってわけ。口を慎めアイル。だって本当のことだろ。シムーンがなきゃ私たちはいらない。静かに。早速ですが、皆さんにお会いしたいという方がいらっしゃいます。お父様。
Apparently, Trixie Clipsy has created a TikTok and is posting clips on there that are not on the Trixie Clipsy channel yet. Fascinating. What is it called? Is it just called Trixie Clipsy? I might have to reinstall TikTok to see those.
シビラ・ドミヌーラがここにはいない。
はい。
我々は現在遺跡に向かっている。
遺跡？なぜ遺跡に？あそこはそう簡単には。そうだ、シビラユン。遺跡は我がシムラークルム旧国で最も神聖な場所であり、禁断の地である。
我々は先に遺跡へ到着しなければならんのだ。
これって
はい、なんでしょう。シビラフローレ。
これって強制ですか？
我がシムラクルム旧国の中でこの作戦、シビラの方々にはこの作戦に必ず参加していただきます。
もう私たちには泉へ行く自由もないってこと。そうね。きっともう私たちに逃げて帰る場所はないわね。前に進むしかないのよ。
It ain't like none of them were in a hurry to get to that spring.
I mean, I guess a couple of them are counting on like reaching the age and then doing it. They haven't, like, just not old enough yet, but those ones wouldn't. I mean, they're not. They couldn't have anyways. Is what I'm trying to say. It's like the status quo is not really different. I guess it would just feel different to know that you literally can't go to the spring now, as opposed to merely we're choosing not to.
君とまたこうして話をする機会があるとは思わなかった。
はい。
もうネビルは私の思惑で動く娘ではない。私が君にしてあげられることはもう何もない。
いいえ、福音主様にはお目をかけていただき、感謝しています。
いや、あなたもお変わりになられたと思って。
はい。
Yo, they're floating around making out. Ellen, Para parked in front of Neverill's room as usual. Meanwhile, Neverill
助かりました。
floating around making out with Iru. Yeah, sounds right.
ダメだったでしょう。ご苦労様でした。間に合ってよかった。しかし艦長、はい。お預かりした巫女様たちを全員無事にお返しすることができませんでした。申し訳ありません。
ワウフ艦長。
あ、
詳細な報告はさておき、率直に言ってあなたは、シビラ・ドミヌーラとシビラ・リモネは
生きていると思っています。では、一体どうなったと？わかりません。しかし、遺跡で我々はその答えを知ることになるのでしょうか。
Once more, I'd like to express my appreciation for how often they say "ware ware wa" in this show. I'm surprised that the one girl from any of the other teams that's ever gotten a speaking line actually got into an eye catch.
ネビルル、何？いや、
パラ様、早く！
いえ、一番辛いのは私ではありません。
I don't think Iru being relentlessly insensitive necessarily got cleared up. I mean, it seemed like Neverill was into it when she broke into the bedroom, and then that just kind of got interrupted by Para. I think it's more like Neverill's just decided, like, all right, whatever, the chips are down, I gotta fucking work, I gotta just work with the person who I've got here to work with me, you know, like, she's just trying to make shit happen, not be hung up anymore. I really like this area. The best thing about this last few episodes has been like way more unique background art and like locations. it really felt like the show was so stuck on the ship for the first like 10 episodes, but we never really like. I mean, we saw the whole ship, but it wasn't like super interesting, you know. So it's nice that we're seeing other shit.
気を緩めるな。何を偉そうに。2時の方向。
あれはシムーン。でもあんなの見たことないよ。ええ。どうするの、パラ様。パラ様。おう。
私たちは左のやつ。
任せて。攻撃してくるつもりか。サメのリマージョン。そんな。
They're fucking cooked, man. They're already losing this war. Now it's like if Xeon just had Gundams, like it'd be fucked.
誰があのシムーンを操っている。誰があのシムーンで空に祈りを。そうだよ。なんであんな飛び方ができるんだよ。敵なのか。逃さない。撃ってきたよ。怖くない。
でも、シムーンが敵ってどういうこと？
それは後だ、クロエ。アエル、何をしてるの？早く！アエル！追うのはみんなに任せて遺跡の中を調べようよ。え？何を言ってるの？風琴が鳴ってるんだ。
Man, her eyes were not in proportion
風
there.
琴が鳴ってるんだよ。
Oh, weird. Her music box is playing when it's closed. I guess there's more significance to it than first thought.
Huh? 逃げられた。どうします、パラ様。遺跡へ戻る。止まってる。行くわよ、アエル。待ってよ。なんだよ、さっきと違うじゃないか。ここは。どうしたの、ネビリル。
逃げる気だよ、あいつ。
逃がさない。え？何？泉。
当たった。やっと一気か。
I kind of feel like the new enemy Shimoon are kind of cooler looking. And like maybe at some point they realized like this would have been a cooler design. And they're like, ah, fuck. Well, I guess we can make this like the enemy version. I'm sure that's not how this happened, but I'm just saying they're cooler.
オナシアがここに。シビラ・ネビリル。私はどこにでもいる。そしてどこにもいない。
追いつけない。一体誰があれを操縦してるの？そうよね。ここ なんかおかしいし。戻ろう。オナシュ、ここはなぜ泉と全く同じなのですか？
テンプスは時の流れを見届け、スパティウムは人々のいるべき場所を示して、二つは対となり、
Deep
人々
lore.
に限りない恩恵と恐怖を与えてきました。
It's like when Great Deku Tree teaches you about the fucking fairies in Ocarina of Time.
シムン。ユン。どうしたユン。ここは
Based on their character design,
何が起こってる？
that could have been a main character.
ここではすべての時と場所がすべての呪縛から解放されているのです。
Shit, it sounded really metaphysical all of a sudden.
待ってよユン。あれは一体どういうわけなの？みんなが私を待っている。
ネビリル、きっとここは泉にそっくりの場所なんかじゃないんだ。え、どういうこと？アイル、ここがその泉そのものなんだよ。じいちゃんの言ってた通りだ。
アングラス。
Are we on some fucking time is convoluted and Lordran shit right now? That's where they're ending the episode? Holy fuck, they raised so many questions. Okay. So I guess the main takeaway there was that the spring is an aspatial area that exists, like it exists in its own realm that can be accessed through multiple points. We don't know what the significance of that is, really. We saw the dead girl in the pilot seat of a crashed mech from who knows when. We've got other Simoun that maybe are piloted by the enemy or something. I don't even really remember what the answer to these questions are. So I'm curious myself where the fuck the plot is going here. Right. We still have so many episodes left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 episodes to figure out what the hell's going on in this story. That's a comfortable amount. All right. Let's fire up 18. Skip ahead to 1 minute 30 seconds. And let me know when you're ready. Oh, yeah. Oh, I recommend this video. I was watching this before I started the stream. Mara, I don't remember subscribing to this channel, but I can tell that I probably took one look at the thumbnails and went, yeah, I'm subscribing to this channel. And they've got like a 80-minute video about Neko
Hey gang, it's me. Guess
Oh my
what?
gosh, it's Burger.
There's way better things for you to be watching right now. Have you watched the Olympics opening ceremony? Because I've been watching the Olympics opening ceremony, and I just watched Lady Gaga.
Oh, yeah?
In front, I don't know what she was fucking doing. I couldn't tell any word she was saying. Lady Gaga just did the Olympics opening ceremony with incredible choreography, wonderful to watch. It was so much fun. It's like
Check out this
maybe
Gaga performance.
an eighth of the way through all of the countries in their parade that is happening. I'm about to go back.
Is she USA or something, or
no? It's not that. She's just there. There.
You mean the countries, the
parade of athletes? Yeah. So they're doing that on the river Seine, I think. So Sens. I think it's Sens.
Wait, is this live, or I thought they were watching like a repeat or something?
No, they're watching it now. It's live. It's happening now.
God damn, how long does the fucking opening ceremony go? I saw Gojira.
It's the Olympics.
8 hours ago.
It's the biggest thing that happens in the world every 4 years.
That's true. It is the biggest event.
I didn't know the Olympics were happening today.
Well,
I've been having a great time. Let me tell you why I've been having a great time. I was sitting down, just hanging out with your parents, watching this, and Furball decides she's my friend now.
Oh my god, the cat likes you. She did the same thing to me earlier, actually.
I was sitting down, Furball came up, smelled my feet. Weird thing to do is
did we eat something the cat really likes yesterday?
And Furball just went on her belly, let me pet her.
This cat's been afraid of him.
Furball's been afraid of me for literally 3 years.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sitting down. I have short hair. Who fucking knows? But the Olympics are a lot of fun.
She came. I was sitting in the garage, and she sat next to me in the chair, and then started like trying to bite me, and I was like, "What did I do?"
That's not a I don't like you cat thing.
Yeah,
that's a I like you and I want you to pay more attention to me cat thing.
It definitely seemed like it, and I was like, "Furball's the cat."
So we put this out.
She's a
about moving
cat.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Probably gonna stay here. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll still be moving, but probably not out of this area. Doesn't really matter to anybody watching, and it won't change their lives.
Doesn't matter, but it's nice to keep everyone updated.
Yeah, it's true. We're watching Simoun.
You know what's gayer than Simoun right now?
What?
The Olympics. Because Lady Gaga
That's
played.
true. Well, she might be gayer than Simoun. It's possible.
Am I allowed to air out your dad's opinions?
Why? What? No, probably not. If you have to ask.
He said Lady Gaga looked fatter than the last time.
Oh, well, that's fine. I'm sure that's not
it's really
offensive.
funny because it's probably true.
She's, she's fucking 35 now. How long is she supposed to be skinny for,
Who fucking cares? Lady Gaga's one of the best performers on the planet.
She's really good.
Like, literally, I mean, I'm not a Gaga fan. I'll be honest with you. There are some songs I like, but watching that, I was like, she fucking killed it. She fucking killed it just now.
How I felt seeing her live. I was like, wow.
I'm here because there's an ad break, and I'm trying to time it for the ad break accurately so I can go back there and continue watching the fun Olympics coverage.
I see. Without having to see the ad.
I have to get up so early tomorrow.
Oh, God. What time?
Actually, too early to really care about, but I can just...
Like 4 in the morning?
Yeah, I have to wake up at I have...
Brutality.
Yeah, I have to wake up at 4:30.
So the second this Olympic thing is over, you're passing the fuck out.
I'm gonna fall asleep before that, hopefully. But I didn't know the Olympics were happening.
Yeah,
it's the Olympics.
The one and only.
Look, gang, I think it's stupid to care about politics, but if you don't care about the Olympics, and I even think it's kind of stupid to care about the Olympics. But it's one of the first things I ever got involved with as a child. It's fun to watch. It's really cool.
I just realized that, when you and I got together, the Summer Olympics would have ended already.
Yeah.
So
no.
We've been together.
Some of my core memories, some of my first 2 core memories when it comes to government and stuff like that. President Obama being sworn in and his speech after the fact. And then almost immediately after that, maybe it was a year or 2 after that, the Olympics. It was I was able to watch Obama being sworn in and all that. And I don't remember how much time passed after that. But then I got to watch the Olympics happen. I was like, this is really cool. This is a lot of fun. Oh my God, this is really cool. Because I'm sitting with the people who I'm sitting with for it, I'm hearing things like, well, those are the people that killed all of Serge Tankian's guys or whatever.
Oh, jeez.
I'm like, yeah, and the Olympics don't care about that. Isn't that neat?
The Olympics is a deeply corrupt organization in its own right.
Yeah, no fucking shit. How do you get an organization
to that size without massive corruption?
That size?
Yeah.
Well, I don't even think it's necessarily corruption as much as it's like, how do you have the kind of organization you're trying to have with every country that exists that you view worthy of participating without having that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Like you're trying. It's the world.
Maybe
you have to.
Maybe some ideas are too big to be responsible.
Exactly. You know what would be cool? If I see Israel and Pakistan as teams on the Olympics. I know that's not going to happen. I know
neither one of them has an Olympic team.
Well, Israel might. You know who doesn't?
Pakistan.
No, fuck. I'm stupid. I'm really stupid. I'm actually really dumb. Palestine. Pakistan is a separatist country to do with India because I'm dumb. I'm not smart. Thank you, Gary Always. Yes, for once in your life, you've been right when you try to correct me. Palestine.
I don't think he was trying to correct you. I think he was just answering the question.
Look, I'm trying to give my boy wins.
Look at this cute guy. He says there's no limit to the number of cream puffs he can eat.
You cut off your hair and lost your brain strength. Evan Sampson up in here. Actually, I'll be honest with you. Most of the people I work with think that I've become better to work with since I've cut off my hair.
Just better to work with? Why?
Because I have a more Christian haircut.
Well, you know.
They have not said that, but I know it's why.
Yeah, well, fair enough. I mean, not fair enough, but
it's not.
It's stupid. But
I am so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I am genuinely so sorry for comparing Palestine to Pakistan. I am drunk, and I'm not very smart when it comes to geopolitical issues. I understand them.
Do you know we're bombing Yemen?
Yeah, I knew we were bombing Yemen a month ago.
You know we're still bombing.
Yeah, I knew we were bombing Yemen because Joe Biden came out and said something like,
It's like
no. Joe Biden said like, "Oh, I'm so glad to give up this presidency when we're not in a war." And it's like, dude, I was about to say the N-word. Dude, we're bombing Yemen.
Yeah.
We're bombing Yemen actively right now. And you think we're not in a war? If we're bombing a country, we're in a war. We're in a war if we're launching bombs on them. And if you think otherwise, you're wrong and stupid. We should not be launching bombs on the Yemen. Why the fuck?
Sorry, just because we're watching Simoun, I'm thinking there's one character, the blonde girl Yoon. I'm picturing her with like the text bubble, the speech bubble coming out of you, everything you're saying, because she's like the anti-war character. The Twitter meme with the speech.
I'm not even necessarily anti-war, if we're being honest. I'm anti-war for the reasons we're in war right now, which is we're claiming we're not in a war.
I'm anti-war. Fuck war. War bad.
War is the single greatest stimulus to an economy.
That's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing. It is a thing.
Yeah, so we fuck war.
War is one of the greatest things.
Elect me and I will keep us out of war regardless of having Bird in my cabinet telling me these things. He'll be telling me this and you'll still know that
War is one of the biggest things that stimulates technological advancement. We wouldn't have the internet if it weren't for war.
That would be great. The internet sucks. It is a terrible idea. It has done horrible things for humanity. Ruined a whole generation or two.
War! Good God, y'all! What is it good for?
Absolutely nothing.
Say it, say it, say it.
Ow,
wow. Yeah. Good God, y'all.
What is it good for?
Edwin Starr was a hero. Edwin, I don't even know if he's dead, but Edwin Starr is a hero. I'm sorry. I should actually look that up because Edwin Starr is one of like the people I really appreciate. War, What Is It Good For is like the best song ever. Edwin Starr died in 2003.
Rest in peace. Look at this.
Are you planning on voting? Not you.
Why are you asking this?
Are you planning on voting this November?
What are you?
Because if you are, you're wrong.
Okay, I'm with you. Fuck voting, unless it's for me in 2028, in which case you can vote, and I will have no problems or arguments. Anyway. Oh, that was entertaining.
心の鹿ふっくらしてない？そんなことないか。まあ別にちょっとくらい平気じゃない？
Enough. Are y'all ready to watch the next Simoun? Gary always says haven't voted since like 2004. Oh, are you 50? How have you voted in 2004? Damn. Well, I guess you. How long ago is that? That's 20 years ago. I guess that would just make you 40. Voting is obligatory there, but you can input a null vote. Interesting.
Sorry, I've been here long enough that another ad has started playing.
So you missed the actual content and it circled all the way through to another ad. Ellen says that voting is mandatory in Brazil. You're not allowed to not, but you can do a null
What
vote.
is that, Ellen? Can you elaborate? What is it like? What's the penalty for not voting? I was visible anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, what do they kill you?
Like, no, I'm sure they don't, but I'm curious. Like, what is the repercussion if you don't vote in Brazil?
Gary says, I need to rewatch all the streams and count how many times Bird has said something like, Gary, for once you're right, or words to that effect. I've been right once at least 8 times.
Gary, you're the person I think is wrong the most.
Really? Out of anybody in the world?
No, because there's Landon.
Just in the... Oh, okay. So
No,
not even in the chat.
the reason I give Gary so much credence is, like, I know he... No. Let's break it down.
All right.
Gary, I know you have the ability to be right, and I know you can be. It's just a lot of the time you're not. You have, and that I'll cop. It's not even that true anymore because, you know, you're right. I have said that a lot.
I think he just takes an above average number of shots, you know? If you take more shots, you miss more often. So it leaves you more
I just think
opportunities to be wrong.
I've mentally trained Gary to know what is right and what is wrong.
Okay.
Because after me blocking him... After me blocking him, he's only chosen to have correct opinions every time I'm in here. So maybe it's just a psyop on me personally.
You've definitely
but no,
raised the bar.
I don't. So no, it's not raising the bar. It's that, Gary, I don't care what political opinions you have, genuinely. It's the fact that you chose to annoy me about them or your opinions personally a lot. And now you don't. I unblocked you. I don't know if you realize that. I unblocked you and simply switched you to muted. But
Wiki from Bird, I noticed that Lolo.
I don't know what that means.
They basically block a lot of things regarding public service.
I don't think it's so much that I'm wrong. I'm just a dick. It's well, so you are a dick.
Being a dick
sure.
is wrong.
Well, being a dick is wrong unless you stop complaining or complain funnier.
Yeah.
It's my big thing of why I block people on the internet. Of if you're not complaining funny enough,
right,
you're gone.
Well, and that's another problem of you can take too many shots, and if the too many of them don't land, then it's like, all right, you want attention too much. You have to hone the craft of your attention seeking, you know?
Sorry, I meant to say bird winked. It autocorrected. It was not an intentional
No,
wink.
when Bird's drunk,
So-
he blinks with one eye at a time.
May I explain why that is the fact?
Yeah.
When I was about 5 years old, I actually had a surgery. I had lazy eye when I was born. And so I had a surgery when I was about 5 years old that it's this eye. It's this one. I have to do that to remember exactly which eye it was because this is the only eye I can do this with. But it is this eye. I had lazy eye in this eye, and I had it removed, like actually removed.
The whole eye.
Removed, disconnected, and reconnected. It was my explanation of the surgery. I don't know if that's a real surgery or not. Maybe I'll learn what the actual surgery was someday if I'm wrong. But so my eyes have never really been in full, like, I mean, even looking at them now in the camera, they're not like in the same place. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Same with me. I'm always kind of, my head's always kind of at an angle because my eyes are not quite
but what
centered right.
like what I'm coming down to is I do blink strangely. I will, if you see me wink, I'll be doing it very intentionally like this. Or not literally, but like,
yeah.
But sometimes I just blink in such a way that it does look like I'm winking, but I'm not actually winking. It's just the way that I blink of that.
And I used to have the
This
same thing.
eye is more receptive to the signals that my brain is giving off, and this eye is not because it's on like a delay or something. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but I guess. Sorry, I like to do this once every couple of years of just like looking at myself blinking because like that's pretty standard. That's pretty, they're going at the same time. But if I'm not paying attention to doing it, sometimes I will blink like this, which, you know, at work or things like that, that happens. But my winking is very intentional, and I don't do it that much because I know that it happens sometimes without me knowing it's happening. Yeah, I'm an eye disabled.
Hashtag we trauma dump.
Well, it's not. It wasn't a bad thing. Like I went from having this eye wandering all the time to eating a popsicle.
Well, I mean, I would say that is an explanation of a physical trauma that has left you with a permanent odd blink, right?
Occasionally, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like without stress and without really thinking about it too much, I just kind of blink.
Mm-hmm.
But there are times when like I'll do this one first or last, or, you know, like there will be a difference of my eyelids closing.
Yeah, I see
that
this
is
all
noticeable.
the time.
Yeah. And, you know, at this point, my eyes have suffered to the point where I don't think it's just because of the surgery, but I do need glasses.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to figure out exactly how it works, but I do need glasses because I need to be able to see better.
Your eyesight is not great.
Sorry, I meant to say birdwing. I've never seen Gary act like a dick. Honestly, they're one of the least dickish people in the chat. See Ellen. Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter does things to people.
I can't even tell you why I blocked Gary, but it was him sharing. I can tell you like the general reasons, and it was Gary sharing a political opinion that. Oh no, it was Mischievous Cur. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I fought back with him on a Mischievous Cur thing.
Yeah. Yakuman says I looked it up. Once you take out an eye, you can't reattach it. Once the nerve fibers are cut, that's it.
Well, then they did just short of that.
Yeah.
How it was explained to me as a 5-year-old was they disconnected the eye and reconnected it. I don't know what the actual surgery is, but my eyes work pretty well now. You know, I mean,
yeah. I'll have to look into that sometime.
I'll have to contact all of my old doctors and be like, hey,
What did you do to me?
What happened
Yeah.
exactly? Because all I genuinely, I remember the explanation to me as a 5-year-old, and I remember getting a popsicle after the fact. And that's about it.
Popsicle.
I could probably talk to my parents about this.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk to my parents about this, but
Good
I'm going to
idea.
keep watching.
Will you
the
close those
Olympics.
blinds really quick?
No.
Okay.
Why do you have a Hershey's Chocolate World?
I have no idea. Or actually, now I think about it, my mom was just in Pennsylvania, so they probably stopped in Hershey. I went to Hershey. All right. Assuming Bird has gone to watch the Olympics and talk to his parents about his eye thing. Let's watch this episode. On the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, go!
作戦通りコールテンペストは通信策をつないだままギリギリの低空で侵入遺跡を小国霊国の連合軍から守ることが任務
Oh yeah, you're right. I do gotta make it small.
彼女の魂は罪に縛られている。しかし、慈悲深きテンプスパティオン。
Guess they're giving her a whole burial.
彼女を許し受け入れます。
But the question is, how did she get there? Well, Ellen, her body was in that fucking crashed ship that they found at the spring in the last episode, so. Luckily, the characters are just as confused as we are.
骨の一片ですら見つからなかったはずだ。
彼女はテンプスパティウムの守護を受けました。新たなる彼女の旅立ちに祈り。
Ooh, she looks adorable. I like this weird effect they've got with the light, like the shadow on the cell or whatever. However the fuck they're achieving that.
霊国の巫女。しかも工作員の作業をアルクスプリーまで行うなど。
九州様の意見だ。
紙幣員はなんと。
霊国と小国とが同盟を結んだ今、遺体ですら返すわけにはいかないと。
あれだけ反目し合っているというのに。
思わぬところで意見が合う。そこが厄介ではあるな。
She just fucking spaced out. This is me most of the day.
ここでは風は吹かないわ。ねビリル、あんたから話しかけてくれるなんて思ってなかったな。遺跡でのこと。ああ。
何？
泉。遺跡の中に泉が存在し、オナシアがいた。
ここがその泉そのものなんだよ。じいちゃんの言ってた通りだ。
そして爆発に巻き込まれたはずのアングラスが古代シムーンの中に。アングラスは行ったんじゃないかって思うんだ。 あの時シムーンが爆発した瞬間、違う世界に違う世界。
せっかくアルクスプリーマに戻れたってのに変なことばっかり続いてさ。
少しは羽伸ばしたいよね。
落ち着く暇はない。この後すぐマージュプールに集合だそうだ。
マージュは好きだけど命令されてやるのは嫌だな。あれ、ネビリルと会えるじゃない？へえ、仲直りできたんだ。
仲直りも何もネビリルが勝手にへそ曲げてただけじゃん。
待ってアエル、それってじいちゃんが言ってた。
アーエル、わしはここまでしか行けん。お前は先へ行くんだ。年を取ることは選択を重ねること。選択を重ねることは可能性を消していくこと。
わかんないよ。
シムーンはこの先を見せてくれる。
この先？
You don't have to rewind. B,
違う世界。
you have to be watching the Olympics right now.
What?
You've got it. I know Shimon is what you promised me. You have to be watching.
でも
I mean, I can't watch it on stream because it would get taken down.
アエル、
Why?
あなたが性
Super
別を選びたくな
copyrighted.
かったのは
It's really good. They're replaying the Gojira thing right now.
I will certainly watch it
So
at some
good.
point.
It's unironically one of the best things I've ever watched.
Damn.
When does Gojira get the opportunity to play on the side of a building?
I know, it's nuts.
Okay, so you did see this.
I saw the Gojira bit, yeah.
オナシアがそうなら、
She's not.
シムーンがそうなら、もしかしてリモネとドミヌーラも。
I don't think Bird understands that my parents are rewatching the opening ceremony. He seems to be under the impression that it is live.
そうね。
どうしてアングラスの葬儀に出なかったの？
決まりよ。神聖なる儀式に私のような家柄の巫女は参列できない。
なんで前は一緒に？
今は違う。上もぐちゃぐちゃしてるみたいだし。
でも敵国の巫女の葬儀は認められるのに。
そんな言い方らしくないわね。アングラスのこと気に入ってたじゃない。
だって
これぐらいの差別は覚悟してたわ。福音主様が後押ししてくださったからこそ、私のシムーンシビラとしての地位があった。
マミーナ。
福音主様は変わられた。今はただの老いぼれじじい。
ちょっとマミーナったら。
メッシスでは楽しかった。特にネズミのシチュー。高貴なる巫女様たちが美味しそうに食べて、なんだ私と一緒じゃないって。
そうよ、一緒よ。
やっぱり違うの。
マミーナ。
お待ちください。マージュプールは司聖院の管轄です。司兵院様が足を踏み入れたとなれば、救主様が。
関係ない。
司兵院様、申し訳ありませんが、このように多くの人々に見られていては、私たちの祈りが乱れます。
マージュとは祈りではない。戦闘訓練ですよ、シビラ・アウレア。見せていただきたい。現在のコールテンペストが描く
They're getting code switched on.
最大の攻 撃力を持つリマージョンを。
Basically being told, hey, yeah, all this religious shit is kind of secondary to the fact that this is a war.
なんて美しい奇跡なの。
Problem is that their technology is sincerely derived from this religious shit.
誰も惑わせない。儀式のための。
These two have somehow become in perfect sync with one another, it seems.
これでよかったんだ。私の選択は間違っていなかった。ネビリルのパルをアーエルに託したこと。
When did you make that decision? Bitch, you were working against that the entire time. Your whole goal was to prevent this from happening until such a point that it was proven to you a good idea.
あんたごときがネビリルを守れるなんてとんだ思い上がりだ。
It was arrogant of you, you dumbass.
私はネビリルを。私は間違っていたのかもしれない。あなたと言わないでくれ。
I really appreciate how Parietta's character is basically like, draw the coolest looking chick imaginable and just give her the most beta, absolutely cucked personality in the entire show.
あなたとパルを組みたい。ああ、君を守るのは私だ。
Did that happen? Is that just her imagination? Oh shit, she's pissed off. What's she gonna do? Is she gonna make a good decision or a bad decision? Oh, this is fucking adorable. What an amazing eye catch, just to give you a little... That was like a whole backstory arc in the form of one eye catch.
その言葉をあなた以外から聞くとは思いませんでした。シビラ・ドミヌーラ。
ある日のことは忘れなさい、ワポリフ。私からの最後の忠告よ。
忘れるわけにはいかない。信じるものがなければ大地に立つことすらできない。あなたはそう言った。あなたはそれを見つけたのか。私はどうすればいい。
You know she's gonna make a bad decision. Yeah, probably. If this show is written by anybody else, I probably would think maybe she'll do something heroic or noble, but no one's really done much heroic or noble shit in this show. There's maybe been a couple of moments that somebody really stood the fuck up. And it's usually just Neviril like showing up at all. Like if she shows up to battle in any way, shape, or form, everybody's gonna be like, "We got this." And if she's not there, they're all like, "We're fucked."
今回の議題は敵の空中補給基地をどうするかだが、古代シムーンのほとんどは霊国の手に渡っている。今コールテンペストに偵察の任を与えるのは危険ではいつなら安全なのですかな。お嬢様を案ずる気持ちはわかります。しかしまた問題が起これば、次こそあなたの立場はありませんぞ、福音主殿。シビラ・ネビリルとパルを組むのは
シビラ・アーエルです。彼女のアウリーガとしての技量はコールテンペスト内でも抜きんでています。シビラ・アーエル、彼女の祖父は確かですが、彼女はどうなっているのです。
あ、いや、申し訳ありません。
How much would Para spend on Neveril's OnlyFans/Twitch streams? Fucking all of it. All that she has. She would get a job to have money to spend on her streams. She would go above and beyond.
霊を愚弄するなど許されることではない。
Good luck, Ora Luna, with the
シムーン
homework
を王になれば
submission.
女性の力が叶うものではありません。
Damn, that motherfucker just threw her around. Wow, men are fucking worthless in this world.
移動する空中補給基地をこのまま放置しておくのは危険です。コールテンペストは偵察の任務についていただきます。ついてはメッシスを中継拠点として。
せっかくあんなカリ臭いところから抜け出せたと思ったのに。
またよろしくお願いします、巫女様。
もし基地を発見した場合は、
その場の判断にお任せしますが、私は現段階でならば十分に撃破できると思っていますがね。シビラ・ドミヌーラとシビラ・リモネが行方不明となった今、パルの編成を新たにする必要があります。
シビラ・パライエッタ、シビラ・カイム、シビラ・アルティ、シビラ・フロエ、シビラ・ロードレアム、シビラ・モリナス、シビラ・ネビリル、
Are they gonna split up?
シビラ・マミ、
Oh, they split them up. Why would they do this?
シビラ・ユン、シビラ・アーエル。
Why?
あなた方は今回の任務から外れていただく。
For what reason?
どうして私が居残りなんだよ。彼女は私のパルです。私にも納得のいく説明を。
I know you're not gonna listen to her, but surely you'll tell me.
これ以上私を困らせないでおくれ。
Her dad's just like, shut the fuck up and sit down. Yeah, so they've basically, at this point, just been told, like, hey, you're soldiers. You've been fucking around, and we can't have you doing that anymore. The situation's done changed. The question is that actually a sustainable way of treating them in this conflict? Will this get the results the military's hoping for? I'm thinking probably not. Considering that emotions seem to have a lot to do with piloting the fucking Simoun. But they seem to pretty much know jack shit about how these things actually work. I can't believe it. Parietta's being like a person.
アエルと向き合うことはアムリアと向き合うこと、そして自分自身と向き合うことになる。私はそれが怖かったのかもしれない。ただ逃げていただけだった。私はみんなに甘えすぎていたのよ。
甘えればいい。
え？パライエッタ？
私に甘えればいい。
でもこのままでは違う世界を。いえ、なんでもないの。
違う世界なら、違う世界なら、私が見せて。
Nope. Nope. N-O. Stop. Bad. Bad touch. Not good. Wrong. Incorrect. Damn, she fucking suffocated her to death on a makeout. Dissociated out of existence. She was gonna let you do whatever you want, bro. Aren't you gonna do whatever you want, bro? No? Alright. Fucking, I don't know what you were trying to accomplish there. I'll show you another world. Yeah. Pretty sure Iru and Neveril literally are like convinced that the other two went to another world and that they are now hoping that they themselves can go to this other world. In a much more literal sense than it's not like a romantic fucking metaphor.
それは私にとって目的へ近づくための一番の近道だった。でも勘違いしないで。みんなと同じ立場になりたいってのは本音。でも 前と目的が違う。みんなと本当の友達になりたいから。
I believe you can be friends with everyone, Mamina. In fact, you already are friends with everyone.
もう友達だとか言わないでよ。
No, I won't stop saying it, goddammit.
わかった。マミーナ、子守歌歌ってあげましょうか。
Oh my gosh.
リモネに歌ってたやつ？やめてよ、子供じゃないんだから。こだまする聞いちゃいないんだから。幸せを伝える滅びなき世界の証
どうして自分は外れたと思う？
心当たりある。
そっか。
お前は？
気になることはある。
それを
言えないんだ。約束したから。
なるほど。それは賢明だ。約束とは守り抜くためにあるもの。
私は行かなくちゃ。
俺もだ。
I didn't want to talk over that song because it was so nice. What a fucking sad ass lullaby, though. Don't sing me no sad shit like that when I'm trying to go to sleep. Play me some fucking emotionless, cold, empty noise or some shit. All right. Episode 19. I know this is going to be a heavy episode. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my bones. I'm jonesing for it. Rah. Let me know when y'all are ready. Episode 19. You're going to go rewatch the part you missed real quick? All right. Not app. You just suddenly asked ice cream flavor ? But nobody's eating ice cream. Did somebody say something about ice cream? Oh, maybe it looked like I was eating ice cream? I was eating a barbecue chicken, though. So if that's what you're asking about, that was not ice cream. That was a barbecue chicken. Oh, hey, Trixie Clipsy just posted a clip of me talking about magical girls for 30 seconds. Let's see what this is about. I like to look at it like Card Captor is for people who like magical girls as a concept, but don't have the patience to like fill their lives with magical girls because it's mostly the same thing. So like if you just want one magical girl show you can comfortably come back to when you need that, you got Card Captor. And then if you're like, I need an endless supply of magical girls, I need this aesthetic to live with me for the rest of my life, you've got Precure. Just to keep you alive, basically. I like to look at it like That's a fun clip. I like that. Nope, can't look at my DMs on stream. What is my favorite ice cream flavor? Probably cookies and cream. I'm pretty simple. I usually just eat vanilla. But cookies and cream is a go-to, or like chocolate chip cookie dough. Really any kind of cookie dough. I'm the best in the motherfucking world. I can't get the song Best in the Motherfucking World by Lala Hathaway out of my head. I know I can't play it on stream because I've already had to take it out of a VOD before. I don't want to have to do that again. I was hoping you'd come back before I started the next episode.
Hey, it's me. I've been told by people that are fans of you and me that I look really cute being happy about the Olympics. I assume you can figure out who I'm talking about based off of that statement.
I see.
If you're not watching the Olympics right now.
Are they actually on, or are they
No,
just watching?
they're not.
Okay.
It's just the opening ceremony, and it's like dead to rights, the best performance act I've ever seen.
Damn.
Like, it's so much fun. I hate that I have to go to bed right now. Like,
You going to
right,
bed right now?
I have to go to bed.
You do got to go to bed right now. It's already 9 o'clock.
The Olympics are so much fun.
We're going to watch a lot of Olympic. There's how many, like a month of Olympics, right?
Is that how it goes? I
It's
don't know.
usually like a.
I don't know how the Olympics go.
There's like a few weeks. or a
Steph
month or
Curry and
something.
LeBron James are participating in the Olympics.
I don't know who Steph Curry is.
He's LeBron James for all intents and purposes. Like, if you don't know who he is, he's the new LeBron James. They're both incredible basketball players. They're both really, really fucking good basketball players, and they're both on Team USA, which means we're gonna fucking win. USA. Please watch the Olympics. I've never been this invested in a sports thing before.
Never in your whole life. They haven't even started playing sports yet. You're just watching the performance art.
And I'm gonna be invested in the fucking sports of it too, which is
Gotta find out who's shot put champion.
I care about curling, actually.
That's the
no,
Winter
I
Olympics.
know it's the Winter Olympics. Real quick, because I actually texted my mom about it, the eye surgery I had, and I got some answers. The surgery is called strabismus, and there's like a stronger name for it. Strabismus surgery. And so I'm going to go to the website that actually, from the place that gave me the surgery. And strabismus is when eyes don't line up or when one or both eyes wander. The eyes may turn inward, called estrophia, or cross-eyed, outward, exotropia. I said trophia, it's esotropia, my bad. Exotropia, up, hypertropia, or down, hypotropia. And what I learned basically is that I will probably need another surgery in my life to correct this again.
Oh.
Granted, at this point in my life.
Do you know which way your eye was going? In, out, up, or down?
It was lazy eye. Just
So
probably in. Probably in. If my best guess is in.
Yeah.
But at this point in my life, I think I just need glasses.
Yeah.
But
or
you know,
contacts.
I don't. I'd look way sexier with glasses. Are you kidding me?
The right kind of glasses will definitely be good.
No, I think the real answer is in a couple years, I'll probably need some kind of surgery very similar to the one I had when I was 5 years old to fix this eye from going inward again. I don't feel that I've really had that much trouble, but I am starting to lose a lot of like length sight, far-sighted sight, if you will. So that's why I think I need glasses.
Ginger Frog says, "Cool haircut, bird."
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Big agreement.
But my wife is agreeing with me that I look attractive. My wife is agreeing with me that I look attractive. I'm gone. I'm gone. I love you.
I love you too. Have
See
a
you.
nice sleep, Clay.
Enjoying.
I will when I am done with the Simoun.
How much Simoun you got?
3 more episodes.
Kind of open beer you got? Slumbering Dragon?
Yeah. Are you about to drink my beer?
I'm trading it.
Oh.
That's half of a really nice stout.
Ooh.
It's the last one we have.
Brewing, Slang, Ordinary Beer, Imperial Stout.
So that's the 2023 version.
Russian Imperial Stout.
It's the 2023 version we have of that stout. That the bottle that I had you hide from me, and I still don't know where it is. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That's the bottle that I hid is the 2019 version or something.
Mhm.
So enjoy that and know that the next time we go camping, actually, to be completely honest with you, we see my dad. I'll probably bring that with us and we'll crack that.
That's a good time.
I'm so excited because next month we get to go hang out with my dad.
Dad hours. Are you going to be a dadvocate?
Ladies and gentlemen, of the 2 parents I have, I love my father. I love my mom too, but
there's a song on the new Childish Gambino album called Dadvocate.
I'm a dadvocate.
The whole
My mom got me into MMOs, which is not what you should be doing for your children. It's my very radical opinion. You should not set an example for your children that they should be playing MMOs all of the time.
Yeah, it's not the best.
Bat Eater, love you, Bat, has recently gotten into my MMO of choice, Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Oh.
And so I recently re-downloaded it.
Overwatch. I was like,
no, that's not an MMO.
It is
Star Wars: The Old
online game.
It's different.
It's an MMOG. It's
Star
not an
Wars: The Old
MMORPG.
Republic. Yeah, no, MMORPG is what I'm referring to. Star Wars: The Old Republic is the MMO that I was obsessed with as a child. And by as a child, I mean 13 to 16, the type of person that Chris Tyson might be interested in. Joke.
You also dead named her.
Oh, Ava. I'm sorry. Ava Tyson.
Yeah.
Again, joke. But it's a thing I lost a lot of my years to just playing it, and I realized that by logging back into it, going like, I'm gonna play this fun game that I really enjoyed in my teenage years with Bat Eater. And then I was like, I have 10 max level characters in this game.
Mm-hmm.
That takes a lot of fucking time. Anyway, if you want to play Star Wars: The Old Republic with me and Bat Eater, we'll probably be doing it on stream very soon. Lose your time. It's fun.
Losing your time.
Actually, or your stream.
Yeah.
This is a full beer.
Oh, boy. Well, that'll definitely knock you out, I hope.
Boys. Tall boys win again. We are, in fact, changing the story.
There's like runes all over this beer.
Yeah, it's great. It's my favorite beer. You drank some of it.
Yeah, it's good.
Do you know why it's my favorite beer?
Because it's good.
Because it's good, but do you know specifically why? The goodness of it? Like, what part of the goodness do you think makes it my favorite beer?
I have no idea.
It's smoky.
Oh.
It's a smoky beer, which with a lot of breweries means it's like 2 or 3%.
Yeah.
This beer is like 6.5. Actually, I can tell you right now what it is. Actually, I might not be able to. They don't always print the percentages. Yeah, it's smoked malt, but I think it's like 6 at least. It's at least 6%. It's real fucking good. Anytime I go to this brewery, I buy like 2 or 6 or
2 6-packs.
1 or 2 6-packs of it because it is my favorite beer that they make. Also tomorrow, this brewery, St. George, that I'm talking about, is doing some kind of Grateful Dead tribute band thing that we're attending because they're selling a fun tie-dye shirt that I really want. And so we're going to go buy that tie-dye shirt. And I'm going to show the people that I've been drinking with for 3 months at least. Hey, this is my wife. My wife. My wife.
I'll be the wife.
And I'm going to get to share with her the beer that was released today. So the reason I couldn't bring it to you is because it's a 2-barrel only beer, the Belgian Strong.
Yeah.
I can tell you the name. Hang on. But it's a Belgian Strong. It's really good. That's the only thing I drank while I was there. It's like criminally good.
Criminal.
The Golden Weg. It's 9.5%, and it's a Golden Strong. It's better than Golden Monkey.
I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it.
Bird is cuter than Mr. Beast. I know. And that guy makes millions, billions of dollars.
$500 million.
What's wrong? What's wrong with all of you that you aren't
What makes you more
pumping up Trixie so that I can have the amount of money that Mr. Beast does?
Through me. Bird doesn't want to have to make the Mr. Beast money. He just wants access to the Mr. Beast money.
Not true. That is not true. I can say that is consequentially not true. I want to be able to make that money. It's just that the internet has never made it worth me leaving everything to make that amount of money.
Yeah.
You've never given me that amount of money to truly be worth me leaving everything behind.
You gotta figure out what they want from you. What do people want from you that they're willing to pay for?
Hog. They all want hog.
They don't want hog. They don't all want hog.
Joke.
I mean, maybe if they could actually, I don't think they.
Mr. Beast hasn't had to show hog. I'm being very facetious
Well, all
right
he had
now.
to do was sit there and like read the phone book and shit. You just gotta do some.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would pay me money to keep going, blah 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 blah
We
blah
learned
blah.
he can do that forever.
If I was able to do that and drink alcohol, I'd do it for at least 2 hours.
That's not. You got to push it to like 8.
I could do it for more if I was being paid.
Well, the assumption is that there's like a threshold you cross where people just start throwing money at you to keep it going. You know.
Ellen, we're poor. That's what's wrong. That seems like a personal issue, and you should. Sorry, I'm about to be mean to Ellen.
Ellen's also Brazilian, so her money is worthless even if she had it. I don't.
Ellen,
I don't shame any Brazilians for not being able to afford.
You
to
should
make
all
a career.
be making more money.
Well, that's true. I'm probably going to give Ellen money for being my moderator.
You should. Ellen deserves
but I need
money.
to know how to pay Ellen first.
Well, Ellen doesn't even know how to give you money, so.
Well, that doesn't matter. She again, Brazilian money is worthless to me. I would rather give my money to Brazilians to watch my content than take their money because my money is worth so much more than theirs to them. You know what I mean?
I get it in a philosophical sense.
It's the only way I exist. Is in a philosophical sense.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will be starting a live streaming service soon as I feel confident on Kale's live streams.
Yes. You build up a repertoire.
No,
because
because
you can also have Kale in your live streams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, actually, I should start streaming at the same time.
Yeah, just stream to both channels at once.
No.
Then you have both perspectives.
I get what you're saying, but I don't think that would be as worth it as like 2 hours on Kale's stream and 2 hours on mine.
Oh, yeah.
I don't
the
want
old back and forth.
Exactly. Like Kale and I are both interesting in their own ways.
Yeah.
But the big thing also is I'm not entirely at the point that I think I'm confident on a live stream. Kale is incredibly autistic, and I mean that in a I do mean that in a very no. I know she's laughing, but I mean that
You meant it as a compliment. Yeah, I know.
I mean it as a huge compliment because like Kale has a lot of the same interests in things that I do, but Kale, like,
he might be. Luckily, Kale might be autistic enough to take that as a compliment.
no, and I'm about to explain it so that hopefully he does. But like, Kale knows, I would say, more about cooking than I do, but I feel like we're at the similar level of cooking that I can say this of like Kale and Overwatch, honestly, like both. I can confidently say I know more about Overwatch than Kale does, and Kale knows more about cooking than I do.
Mm.
But in both of those things, I know he will surpass me. Because on the first stream I did with Kale about Overwatch, he was explaining things to me about Overwatch that I was like, well, yeah, I know that works in like a weird nebulous way, but
Yeah.
you're explaining to me how it works in like a literal statistics way.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you get that. It's why Kale can make French onion soup and I can't. It's
Right.
not that I can't do it. I could make French onion soup.
You wouldn't want to have to do something so logistical.
It's a time commitment.
Yeah.
That being said, Kale, Bat Eater, has got to be one of my favorite people on planet Earth. I love that man. That is one of my best friends. Hardcore, not joking. Nothing like that.
Homo.
If he,
Not no homo, but mega homo.
no,
No homo.
extreme homo.
Extreme homo.
Anyway, if you see Twitch account Really Hate My Dad streaming, I mean, hell, even without that, go to Twitch account Really Hate My Dad. Subscribe to him right now. And if you see him streaming, you better be subscribed to him, because there's a non-zero chance that I will be on there with him saying all kinds of drunk things. Because that's the fun thing.
I'll set it to autoplay if it's
That's the
if
fun
I'm
thing.
not live and
Kale's sober. I'm not yet.
dun dun dun. What
Kale
if you
gets
got
to be
paid
the
to be
sober.
sober?
I wouldn't get paid enough.
Just like the whole stream is you threatening to drink unless you get paid. Like convince people that you're like
That could be
literally
fun.
destroying your life unless they pay.
Kale
you.
tried that. I don't. No, I don't. I don't like that.
No, he tried to get people to pay him to drink. That was the mistake he was making. Is that he was talking about how proud he was of being sober, but he was like, "I'll break the sobriety for money." And it's like none of us wants you. To
No,
do
I'm
that.
going to keep drinking.
Yeah,
I will, and I promise you that.
Mm.
So Kale's going to be sober on those streams, and if you want to pay Kale for me to get more drunk, you can get that, but you have to make it clear.
I don't think you can pay Kale on Twitch yet.
You can find a way.
Sure, maybe.
Kale, you're running the stream. Get on it. Get on getting yourself paid. That's my genuine opinion. I want to be streaming with my buddy Kale and make money off of it. It's a lot of fun.
Okay,
I
you need
enjoy
to
it
go
quite
to
a bit.
bed. You've been sitting here for 15 minutes.
Oh my god!
Since you said you needed to go to bed immediately.
You need to go to bed immediately.
I just realized that you said it at 9:02. You were like, "I need to go to bed right now, immediately."
Yeah, and I do. Yeah, and I do. But you know what?
What?
I'm not gonna go to sleep on this energy.
Well, that's fair.
I will go to sleep eventually, and I'll do a great job at my job. Damn you. Damn you.
Leave you.
But I also spent like 3-4 hours last night wandering back in here.
Yeah,
So I might as well just be in here.
if
for
you
that amount
want,
of
but I
time.
gotta watch Simoun.
What am I gonna do? Watch the Charles Bronson movie?
What Charles Bronson movie? What are you talking
The
about?
movie based on Charles Bronson, legendary.
Sure, yeah. Watch the Charles Bronson movie.
The most violent UK inmate that has ever existed.
Oh, that
Played
Bronson.
by Tom Hardy, the one that you walked in and was like, "This is The Animals" or whatever the fuck movie, or The Electricians. That's what it was.
The song, The Electrician, yeah, by the Walker Brothers. I didn't realize that's what movie you're watching. That's one of my cousin Boyd's favorite movies.
Really?
I believe so, yeah.
I would love to meet Boyd, damn it.
You'd probably get along.
Hey gang. You're all Trixie fans, and I understand that it's hard to split the money from Trixie because
nobody has any money who's watching right now.
Hey gang, what could I do personally that would make your friends want to give me money? Suggestions are open. I'm here for the next 5 or 10 minutes.
All right.
Cringe of the week. Cringe of the week. Also, I am going to place a $27 order for 3 bottles of the WATP hot sauce.
They have a hot sauce now? It's awesome.
It's called Hot in the Rock.
We got to figure out how I can make a fucking collar.
Can't be that hard.
It can't be that hard. I know the only real way to make money on the internet is having some sort of merchandising. And I think the key for me would be a collar, a personalized Golden Witch collar that I could sell and also wear.
Lisa didn't sing any of the FMAB OPs.
They're talking about other shit. They're talking about...
You guys are talking about other shit in the chat right now. I will ban you.
No, you won't.
You're right, I won't. You've made it clear that I can't ban people out of your chat anymore. Not by actually telling me, but by making it clear that it can only be done.
Oh, hey,
public
LaPusha with
exclusion.
$20 Australian says, Bird, watch Critical Drinkers The Boys Season 4 video.
Wow, I have to do that now. Fuck me. Pull it up.
I guess we're kind of in the middle of a Simoun Groupwatch, but I guess we're doing something else now. If you're watching the VOD, obviously, you've already skipped all this if you didn't want to see it. Lord have mercy. Y'all are going to have to deal with some echo. I'm guessing it's this one, right? How to destroy... Oh, y'all can't see this. Hold on. How to destroy your audience? Is that the one? I can't complain about doing what you asked me to do. That's true. You know? I'm just kind of letting it happen. Fact of the matter is, I wasn't getting paid to watch Simoun, and now I am getting paid to make Bird watch The Boys Season 4 as reviewed by the Critical Drinker. It says 2 million fucking views. God damn. I'm sure this video sucks. Because I have not seen whatever, like, he's saying that his thesis here is the audience hates The Boys Season 4. Now, I've seen some people hate The Boys Season 4. I've seen plenty of people, all the Boys fans that I was following who talk about The Boys, whether that be Bird, whether that be Riley and Mintz, whether that be Poe's Law, Undead Scribe on Twitter, all of them seem to love Season 4. So I expect this to be infuriating. Where the fuck did he go? He said he went to go get a weed vape. Trying to watch this goddamn obnoxious English fuck complain about this. On the fucking Brave browser. Okay. Gave 1/100th of a cent to the critical drinker by accident. One day Bird will be back to watch this video. Until then, I guess I'll throw something else on. That also isn't Simoun. Let's see what Josie's doing.
Would do big movies, big, really actually good movies, and I would always write my papers on movies I liked, and then those are movies people haven't heard of, so they would always be confused when I was presenting, and I think that's why they didn't talk to me. Went to film school, but hasn't watched any films. I watched Thanksgiving. Have you guys ever seen Thanksgiving?
Oh my god. She wrote a paper on the FP. I want to read that.
Snakes at a Compton is so fucking good. I love that movie. Austin Knapp with it too says, when does King David show? King David's not showing up. Actually, we can go see the puppies. I said I would take you guys to go see the puppies. I'm not a liar. The puppies are right here. I killed this.
The FP is a movie about competitive DDR in a supposedly post-apocalyptic, but really it's just like a suburban neighborhood because it's a low-budget movie. And mostly it's a movie about white people saying the N-word a lot. It's a fucking wild movie. It's pretty funny. Hey, back.
And then I can do what I request.
He's going to pee.
Oh, big pissing.
Really puppy.
They're too crazy. They would bite a baby's face off. I said that in front of a child. She was like, "Oh, the puppies are so cute." Somebody put that up now. I should learn to shut up sometimes. I should learn to not say everything I think. Why do they give them water out of those weird hamster bottles? I feel like that's an inefficient way for them. I feel like there's no way they're getting enough water from them. Say it louder. Okay, let's go look at other puppies. Hamster dogs? There's no way they're getting hydrated enough from them. A doctor friend for King David? Oh, this place is expensive. Every dog is like about 2,000. A few bands. Kind of depressing about the puppies in the mall. Yeah, they all have parvo. They all have parvo and worms. Please take one. It's gonna die. It's sick. It's probably sick as fuck. There's a long line to it. It's taking a while.
Scott Clay, that thumbnail, I don't know what it is, but it probably came from the new We Watch Anime video because I showed that at the start of the stream.
Ew, what the fuck is wrong with this one? Looks like a fucking turkey. Ew, why does it look like that? He's too small to even exist. He's too small and
Yo, what up?
It's your boy.
Hey, you're back. You
Skinny
ready to watch
penis.
the fucking Critical Drinkers?
No, I'm not.
Well, you better be, because it's happening. It's all happening right here, right now. Right queer, right cow, right beer
Cow.
on the right bow
Cow.
of the ship.
Cow. You're playing it out loud, right?
Yep. I'm trying to make our setup a little more amenable to such a thing.
Amenable.
Really? Amenable? Huh. Oh, damn, that looks sexy. All right. This is called The Boys Season 4, How to Destroy Your Audience.
Hey, guys, you know the thing that you've all been complaining about through the whole season with Frenchie being gay? What if in the last episode I made it so that you had nothing to complain about and you were just mad about the fact that President Trump was almost assassinated and we did a really good political satire about it?
Well, let's see if that's what he's upset about.
Better fucking be. No one has ever said that to the Critical Drinker. Sorry, rewind. Hear what he actually said, but no one has ever said.
Boys.
No one has ever said, "Oh, Drinker, you tough talking gunslinger."
No, well, I think that's the joke.
With the mysterious. I don't fucking care if it's a joke. He thinks it's real.
He definitely.
It's the same time. It's the same thing when people go like, "Oh, well, Vito, your comic's never coming out," and he goes, "I might kill myself before it does."
Oh, right. I changed the audio source.
No, it's cope. It's all cope. The Critical Drinkers content is all cope, which is unfortunate. I do think he has a place, just like I think Razor Fist has a place, but I think they've both lost the plot hardcore. And, you know, they can come back at me for that.
I'm starting it over so that everybody can hear from the start.
One of the questions that comes up pretty regularly on Open Bar these days is, Drinker, you tough-talking, charismatic gunslinger with a dark past, when are you going to review The Boys Season 4? The Boys.
Now that's a name I've not heard in a long time.
Yeah, a year is sure a fucking long time, you fucking retard.
I think it was 2 years, but even then, it's not that long.
It's not that long.
You're a real fan of that.
Not as long as it was from Invincible seasons 1 to season 2.
No, it's not. It's just
show to the point where I actually gave the first season a Drinker Recommends Awards. And truly, what higher accolade can one bestow upon a work of art these days?
Drinker didn't get the joke of The Boys through the first season, which the joke of The Boys, if you're not aware, is conservatives are stupid. That's the joke of The Boys. That's always been the joke of The Boys, even in the comics. I'll give the show like a little bit of a pass of like, it's kind of a joke of anyone who's involved in the political scene is stupid. Like, I think The Boys is more bipartisan than the original comic was. The original comic was hardcore. Hey, conservatives, you're dumb.
Right.
You're dumb for liking this. You shouldn't like this. You're stupid. The Boys is, I would say, like a lot more bipartisan of like, well, we're making fun of both sides because Seth Rogen is on it. Like, I think Seth Rogen does genuinely understand it's not about making fun of one side or the other, even though as much as I'm sure he'd like to be making fun of both sides or just conservatives. Yeah. It's making fun of both sides. Like, I don't want to get into spoilers, which is not something I thought.
Let's find out what he's actually going to say before we keep talking about it.
No, I don't care because it's opening statements matter. The first, what are we in? 30 seconds? First minute of the video is what really matters.
I think the first third of the video is usually completely skippable, but
as someone who watches a lot of YouTube videos, the first 30 seconds are what are going to hook you or not.
Sure.
Oh, I did what I was not meaning to.
I guess what I mean to say is most YouTube videos do not hook me.
Well, no, that's
anyway,
kind of the point I'm trying to make actually is like Drinker is trying to hook a lot of people with this right now, but he's not.
He hooked 2 million people.
Good for him.
This video is 2 million.
2 million idiots.
Yeah.
hero genre was already becoming kind of stale and played out, the boys came along to completely tear up the rulebook. Funny, violent,
Pause.
irreverent.
The superhero genre was getting a little tired and played out. How's Deadpool and Wolverine going?
Yeah, going extremely.
How's that going for you, Critical Drinker? Because from my understanding, it is the biggest Marvel movie that has ever played. I don't know that for a fact. I don't know the actual numbers, but it's done everything that everyone who was like, "Oh my God, Marvel's dead. Marvel's fucking dead." Completely wrong. It's done all of them wrong because it's tying in the X-Men, it's tying in Deadpool, it's tying in everything. It's just done. It's just done. I like the person I refer to when it comes to comics is Riley. You know, Riley really liked Deadpool and Wolverine. I haven't seen it. I've read everything that happens in it, and if you're shocked at that, I spoil everything for myself before I saw it.
It is the burn way.
I had to explain this to 4 fucking people today at work that I knew everything that happened in the movie before seeing the movie. And 3 out of 4 people went, "Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, it's not really going to change your viewing experience." All people who had seen the movie. Yeah, I don't think it matters that much. I get like conservative angst when it comes to The Boys, I guess, because they didn't really understand that The Boys has always been making fun of conservatives from day one. The Boys is an anti-conservative property. I don't think they'd identify themselves as that because they wouldn't get as many seasons. But like Seth Rogen's a producer. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me right now? You don't think The Boys is arguing against you? Aside from the fact that Eric Kripke is the showrunner and God, what's the fucking guy's name? What's the Walking Dead guy? What's the Walking Dead guy?
Kripke?
No, that's who's running it. No, Walking Dead guy.
I don't fucking know.
Whatever. That guy's not on your side. No one's on your side, conservatives. Conservation is a stupid fucking thing to want to cling to.
Wait. Except for like planet conservation.
Sure, planet conservation, sure. But social conservation, you're done. You're cooked. You're fucked. You don't have it anymore. You're not conserving the social.
Actually, do you want to switch spots with me so you can control the video?
You're not conserving the social ethos that you think you are by saying that the boy sucks now. Starlight's actor got a fucking surgery. Which, look, I will give you $10. You, Beatrice, I will give you $10 if the Critical Drinker does not bring up the fact that Starlight's actor got some kind of surgery in this video.
All right. I'm not going to give you $10 if he does bring it up.
I don't care. You'll give me $10 in some way. But it's... the reason why I think the Critical Drinker is making this video is because a lot of conservatives realized in this season of The Boys, holy fuck, they've been making fun of me? They've been shitting on me? They've been giving shit against my own values of authoritarianism in a way that I actually disagree with for 4 seasons? And it's like, well, and I don't even think it's that. It's a lot of conservatives that I've seen disagree with it are like, oh my God, they just now chose to shit on us for this season. It's like, no, they've been shitting on you the whole fucking time. Authoritarian power is bad. That is my read on The Boys. That, yeah, it's not a good thing. You shouldn't want people in ultimate power in any stages. Even superpowers are like a like they're not a caveat. That's not, superpowers are just like a thing. It's an allegory for rich people.
Yeah.
It's an allegory for rich people. Rich people run the world. They always will. Isn't that fucked? Doesn't that suck? Doesn't it suck that rich people can do things that you as a poor person could not do? Wow, imagine if you were superpowered. That's The Boys. There you go.
And wickedly subversive, with a complex and well-written cast of heroes and villains.
I'm going back.
And truly, what higher accolade can one bestow upon a work of art these days? Anyway, at a time when the superhero genre was already...
Is this really the critical drinker?
Yeah.
He's like,
What's his bit?
he's not drunk.
No, not really.
That's a problem. No, that's a problem. When you reviewed his videos, he was drunk. He's not drunk. He's just being like a Scottish guy. Sorry, does that come off to you?
I don't know if he...
I'm gonna rewind it more, but like, listen to him.
You know, I used to be a real fan of that show, to the point where I actually gave the first season a Drinker Recommends Awards.
No.
And truly, what higher accolade can one bestow upon a work of art these...
There were videos that you reviewed that I thought, this guy's shit-faced.
Yeah.
This guy's definitely shit-faced. Because I know what Dankula sounds like shit-faced.
I'm thinking maybe this video, he knew it was going to be a big deal, so he took it sober. Who knows?
That's retarded. Oh, I'm trying to keep this monetized. Sorry, but
I don't fucking... It can't be. None of my streams can be monetized. What are you talking about?
Whatever. This is not the critical drinker. He's not drinking, or if he's drinking, he's monitoring himself. He's not drinking enough. This is bad. This is not. This is the critical drinker where his thoughts, his true, honest thoughts, are not amplified by the fact that he's drinking.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Drunk thoughts are honest thoughts. You know.
Yeah.
These days. Anyway, at a time when the superhero genre was already becoming kind of stale and played out, The Boys came along to completely tear up the rulebook. Funny, violent, irreverent, and wickedly subversive, with a complex and well-written cast of heroes and villains, plus a whole lot of other characters in between, and a story that brutally skewered everything from fake corporate activism to our obsession with celebrity culture, media manipulation, and cultural warfare. It was...
This all remains true in season 4.
Yeah, he's
This
definitely
literally
going down the road we thought of, like, wow, you really didn't think, you thought all of... It sounds like the way he used those phrases is like he thought it was attacking leftists in the first season. Like it was an attack on woke culture that has now become woke. And it's like, nah, bro.
It's been attacking both of you the whole time.
All of the media. It's an attack on the media.
There's really everything you could look for in a show like this. I kind of checked out after season 3, partly because I was pretty burned out with superhero stories.
I checked out after season 3, one of the best seasons of The Boys, because Jensen Ackles' character throws a fucking monkey wrench into all of it, but whatever. You know, I'm
thinking what happened is by season 3, the story had gotten too complex for him to actually follow.
You're telling me, a drunk Scottish person who, from my gain on this video, is that he's trying to not be such a drunk Scottish person, lost the plot?
A lot of his... Anytime he doesn't like a movie, like I've seen videos of his where he actually likes the thing and it actually is like a decent review because he clearly watched it and is talking about why it was good. When he's talking about why something sucks, and I can sense this as a critic because it's a problem especially in the early days, I did this myself where I would watch a show, not really get it, but really hate it, and then nitpick everything wrong with it. And if I did that and the people didn't really agree with what I was saying, then they'd be like, actually, we all loved the show. Actually, or like, you know, if it's divisive, it'll be like a half and half, you know, which can be good on YouTube. Like getting a half like bar, half dislike bar is considered good by YouTube algorithm because it's high engagement and it doesn't, for you to get half the likes, it means your video wasn't shitty. It wasn't just abjectly wrong. It was divisive. If half of everybody thinks it's right and half of everybody thinks it's wrong, that's interesting and YouTube likes that. So I think he sometimes with videos like this, when he doesn't care about the thing, he just decides to have the
generic opinion.
The opinion that'll piss off the most people by making the most people happy. You know? Like, oh, I'm going to make sure I say everything everyone said. So everyone's mad, you know?
That's, I guess, smart from a marketing perspective, but stupid if you want to maintain your integrity.
Which is, you have to do this forever, but I think he plans to just take this and
no,
do
Critical
other things
Drinker
with
has
it.
sold out.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's sold out to, but
for sure he is sold out a long time ago.
I'm going to be very
long
honest
before we
with
ever
you.
even knew his name. He had sold
B
out.
has talked about this a couple times on stream. It's why I'm comfortable bringing it up. His Anthony Fantano on Therapy Gecko.
Yeah.
I'm arguably still pretty anti Fantano. I don't think he is a good person. I don't think he's fun to be around. I don't think
You've
he's
never been around Anthony Fantano.
That doesn't.
You just think he probably.
I don't think he'd be fun to be around.
Yeah. You don't want to hang out with Anthony.
I don't want to hang out with Fantano, which is why I'm saying this now. Yeah. But on Therapy Gecko, he said something to the effect of, well, you can't just give out your opinion like candy for money. Otherwise, your integrity is going to be gone.
Yeah.
Now, that's not a direct quote. It is just my surmisation of the quote.
Yeah, it was basically that the second that it was obvious that his opinion had been bought, he would never be able to sell his opinion again.
Yeah.
Well,
and he said, you'll know when my opinion is bought.
Yeah, because
I'll do it, and then a month later I'll be gone.
Yeah, he said it'll be. He said it would be like I'd have to maybe another 10 years from now if I don't think I don't want to do it anymore. I'll sell out. It'll be a tremendous amount of money, and then I will disappear.
Can I sidetrack from this real quick?
Sure.
You know, Meat Canyon did a Fantano thing recently.
Yeah, we watched it on stream.
I didn't.
Okay.
Was it fun? Is it worth
it's
derailing the stream real quick to watch it?
No, because we already watched it on stream. So.
Okay. Well, then I get to keep being mad at Critical Drinker.
General even shows that subverted the genre, and partly because I could see the way The Boys was heading as a creative property. The complex, nuanced, and multifaceted hero stories in general.
I really want to hear the point these guys are making so that even if I'm drunk, even if anything, I am like giving an opinion, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I need to really hear
warfare. It was really everything you could look for in a show like this. I kind of checked out after season 3.
Everything that you could look for until season 3. Are you talking about when the Nazi superhero got introduced?
Oh, yeah.
Are you talking about when the Nazi superhero got introduced they were introduced in a way that was very bad?
No, you know what?
You shouldn't be introduced.
She was introduced in season 2, and then she dies in season 3.
But no, she dies at the end of season 3. She's like building up to Homelander being who he is.
Right. I thought she dies like halfway through.
No.
She just kills herself, right? The Nazi girl?
I could be wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have to rewatch The Boys, but
it's a dense show with a lot going on.
You're right.
Definitely understand if you're somebody like the Critical Drinker. Like
you're probably right, actually, in that Stormfront kills herself in the middle of season 3.
Yeah,
and it fucks with Homelander.
Yeah.
But it's not. But I'm like Jensen Ackles, Soldier Boy.
Yeah.
Homelander's dad.
Yeah.
He comes in after that, and he's like, "You're a fucking pussy, Homelander.
Yeah.
You're an absolute fucking shitheel.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't be who you are." And Homelander goes, "Well, I can fly." And Jensen Ackles goes, "Well, I can kill you."
Right.
And then he gets put into weird superhero prison. Like sorry, spoilers.
There's going to be spoilers for season 4 in this video.
Yeah, spoilers for everything. But Jensen Ackles is just held in weird cryostasis until the end of season 4. Season 5 is confirmed to be the last season of The Boys. I don't know. Did you know that?
Yeah.
That kind of sucks.
It's true. It's a dense show, and Critical Drinker is a dense person.
They're not dense enough to cohabitate with each other. No, that's what it comes down to. Like, Critical Drinker, I'd love to have a conversation with you, just like I would love to have a conversation with Eric July. Eric July, you fucking pussy. You haven't taken me up on my offer of talking to you. I just want to talk to you. I'd love to have a conversation. Eric July, Critical Drinker. Yellow Flash. Actually, that's the biggest one. That's the biggest one. Yellow Flash. The fuck do you have me blocked on Twitter for? What's the purpose? Why did you do it? That's the one that's confused me the most. To be level with all of you. Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash. I don't care. He will if I say his name enough. Why do you have me blocked on Twitter? What did I say to offend you so much? Is it that I'm fucking Trixie the Golden Witch? Is that it? Because if that's the case, you are a fucking pussy.
I don't even think I'm blocked by Yellow Flash on Twitter, though.
Then that, check right now.
Hand me my phone.
Yellow Flash, why did you block me on Twitter? What did I do that made you so scared of me? That's stupid. Eric July, I just want to have a conversation. I'm not, I'll...
Yeah, I'm not blocked at all.
Yeah. Yellow Flash, if you're scared of me for Trixie associations, why the fuck do you have me blocked? Is it Riley shit? That's dumb and pussy-like of you. No, it's just pussy-like.
You finished watching the boys video and stop talking about Yellow Flash. I don't know anything about that guy other than he sucks.
He sucks. His comic sucks. He's being promoted by Eric July. He's excommunicated Comicsgate for some fucking reason. Who knows? But he's had me. Sorry, I was gonna say Eric July. Eric July hasn't blocked me. Props to him for that and only that.
Ugh.
But Yellow Flash has literally had me blocked for 3 or 4 fucking years for reasons I cannot surmise. You know who's more of a Chad than Yellow Flash? Ethan Ralph. I hate to bring up his name, but Ethan Ralph unblocked me recently. Ethan Ralph is comfortable having me exist on his Twitter. I'm not. I don't care about fighting that battle, to be honest with you. I don't think there's a battle to be fought. Good for him. Good for him fighting his fight. But Yellow Flash, really? I punched Ethan Ralph in the face multiple times. And Yellow Flash has me blocked for, like...
This is a weird thing of him to say.
Who? No, who?
You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine.
You're talking about voting.
You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian.
You're saying Donald Trump, if you vote for Donald Trump, you won't have to vote anymore?
He's saying after this one, you won't have to anymore. It'll be fixed. It'll be fine after 4 more years.
It's already fixed.
Yeah.
Cool. You know what that says to me? Kamala Harris is going to win. Awesome.
Probably. Yeah, that was a wild thing for him to just actually say.
As someone who doesn't vote and probably never will, you lost my vote, Donald Trump.
Tremendous.
It's tremendous. I wasn't going to vote. I still won't vote. I'm not going to vote. I think voting...
Sorry, there's a snake coming out of a shoe.
It's King Cobra coming out of a shoe.
Yeah.
I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump. I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris. I think either of them are a zero-sum game. You don't win anything by voting for either of them.
But you will win by voting for me in 4 years.
But you will win for voting for Trixie in 4 years, who will affect actual change. What have you decided on the cabinet?
I mean, mainly I just plan on presiding.
You will affect actual change.
I'll have you can be in my cabinet.
Yeah, what position are you putting me to?
There's positions in the cabinet? I thought it was just the cabinet.
What do you think a presidential cabinet is?
I thought it was just the guys who tell the president what's up.
Ladies and gentlemen, I thought my wife had a better understanding of what a cabinet was.
Well, you know, I haven't been trained.
Secretary
for
of
my job
Defense, Secretary of State, Secretary. I don't actually know past that. I'll be honest with you.
yet. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought my husband had a better understanding of what the cabinet was.
I did 2 years ago. State and Defense. Those are the big ones.
Finish watching this goddamn Critical Drinker
No.
video. You have to go to bed like an hour ago.
I don't fucking care. Cabinet.
You should care.
Google cabinet
Okay.
positions.
Partly because I was pretty burned out with superhero stories in general, even shows that subverted the genre, and partly because I could see the way The Boys was heading as a creative property. The complex, nuanced and multifaceted characters were slowly morphing into simplified parodies of themselves. The central storyline was becoming trite and predictable, and the bitingly witty satire was becoming more overt and partisan with every season, parroting the same...
No, it wasn't. The biting. Hang on. Let me find the
of themselves. The central storyline was becoming trite and predictable, and the bitingly witty satire was becoming more overt and partisan with every...
The satire was overt and partisan. The satire was overt and partisan from the point of the first fucking season. You stupid Scotsman. You absolutely dullard. No, I'm drunk, so I can say those things. I know that doesn't make grammatical sense, but this guy's a fucking dullard. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The satire of The Boys has been there since day one. You didn't understand what you were talking about. You liked this show because, oh, it makes fun of leftists. Oh my God, it makes fun of leftists for the first 2 seasons, and then season 3 it makes fun of Nazis, and that's when I started to think it took a real turn. It's like, no, we should be making fun of fucking Nazis, literal Nazis, not Nazis like Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is not a Nazi. It's a stupid comparison to make. Sorry for bringing that up.
Parroting the...
But it's dumb.
Same predictable talking points as every other Hollywood product. Basically, The Boys just wasn't cool or interesting anymore. It wasn't fighting the power, it was the power.
The Boys wasn't fighting the power, it was the power.
Did you know the vice president was originally the president?
Name the vice president.
Who, right now?
Sorry.
I'm not talking about the guy. The vice president as a concept
was not a job.
It was, but it was the president of the Senate originally.
That's always what it's been.
Is it now?
It's literally, yeah. One of the very, and maybe not the very first, but one of the vice presidents in the first inception of the country just ran a bar for most of his vice presidency.
Well, that's fun.
And then occasionally came into the Senate because he was like, oh shit, this is part of my job? Oops. Yeah. The vice presidency has always been a joke job.
It wasn't raging against the machine, it was part of it. What was once rebellious, subversive, and irreverent had become just another mouthpiece for the safe
All right, we've got...
What the hell was safe about season 4 of the fucking Boys?
Yeah,
it's
right.
The same shit.
They
It's
had
people exploding constantly. Like, what the fuck was safe about this?
There's 6 minutes and 13 seconds left of this, and it's like, I get your point, Critical Drinker. You're wrong.
Yeah.
You're just wrong.
He's just gonna keep saying incorrect statements for the next 8 minutes.
corporatized, hollow, and performative activism that it once...
Well, you see...
Hollow and performative activism?
We see the hollow and performative activism that was a point of the show up until this point.
Suddenly became a problem.
Up until this point,
Yeah.
which has always been a point of the goddamn show. It's always been a point of the goddamn show that the corporations and government behind everything are the bad guys. The corporations and the government behind everything are the bad guys became really apparent. And I started to have an opinion about them. It's like, no, you didn't. You've always had this opinion. It's just that it took you this fucking long, you fucking dullard, to have an opinion about it. You are stupid enough to have been behind the show for 2 seasons. It's taken me a lot to really find a person who like didn't understand the first 2 or 3 seasons of The Boys, you know? Because I've seen a lot of this on Twitter of like, well, a lot of people didn't understand the first 2 or 3 seasons. And I think these people are as stupid as this thing that's being expressed. Oh, a lot of the people didn't understand that they were shitting on both sides of the political opinion. It's like, well, you're as shitted on as the people you're shitting on for not understanding it in the first place.
Yeah, I get
like,
what you're saying.
Like, it's always been shitting on both sides of everything equally. It's just that now you've decided to take issue with it.
Yeah.
No, you're just dumb. And I really, Critical Drinker's Scottish, right? Like, actually Scottish.
I assume so.
Can we get all these fucking British people out of our fucking politics, please?
Out of the American politics.
Out of American politics. I don't want them anymore.
Yeah.
Get them gone. Get them, like, you don't have an opinion. Jordan Peterson. That's my biggest thing right now. Look.
Is he British?
He's Canadian, which is worse.
Oh, I see.
Why I bring Jordan Peterson up. He had that interview with Elon Musk recently.
Yeah.
With Elon Musk going like, well, you see, my son is dead. My son is actually dead because they're transgender. And then, you know, I read all the daughters.
Fucking hilarious.
Actual.
If you haven't read Elon Musk's daughter,
what is it? Viv Kills On or something like that?
I'll need to find her.
Whatever.
It's all
Elon
on
Musk's
Instagram
daughter.
Because she's not on X for obvious
She's
reasons.
on Threads. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Elon Musk's daughter clapped back at Elon Musk hard because Elon Musk was never a presence in any of his children's life. Yeah. Elon Musk has never been a presence in any of his children's life because he does not care about anything except for Tesla and the Cybertruck. And fucking what's the SpaceX? Elon Musk does not care about his children.
He's got like 90 of the fucking things too.
Are you talking about children?
Yeah.
Okay. No, he has like 13. It's like 13.
Too many.
Too many to keep track of accurately, while claiming that you care about all of them equally.
Yeah, equally, as in not at all.
I mean, if you weren't Elon Musk, you'd be saying that.
Yeah.
But Elon Musk is like now putting this thing out of like, well, I actually care about all of my children. And actually, the woke mind virus has destroyed all of them. It's like, no, Elon, you weren't paying fucking attention. Yeah. You've never been paying attention
so
because all you care about is business.
That guy stands for obviously sucks, so we're not behind him.
Elon Musk sucks. Elon Musk is not a person you should be following. It genuinely is just bad. Like, that guy sucks. I wanted a Cybertruck. I almost signed up.
20 kids? God damn.
It's too many kids. I mean, whatever. You like, your genetics going through the world is fine, but they all disagree with you. Name half of your kids that agree with you, Elon.
Name half of your kids, Elon.
Name half of your kids, Elon, and not their dead names. And not their dead names. Elon Musk, I'd like to start a war with you.
Let's start a war. Now you're fucking speaking my language. Let's go. Elon Musk can come and suck my nuts. Elon Musk can come and suck my nuts. Elon Musk, you suck. Hold on.
5 is too many. That's not unfair.
Where's my Elon Musk if I see you, I'll rape you song?
Anyway.
So brutally marked. So I wasn't exactly brimming with excitement at the prospect of sacrificing another 8 hours of my increasingly limited lifespan for the new season. Frankly, I've got better things to do with my time.
Good bit. Frankly, I've got better things to do with my time. Cuts to a bunch of fucking whiskeys.
Yeah.
Maker's Mark, Maker's Mark, Maker's Mark. I don't recognize those. Bullet. Those are all Bullet. So, the critical drinker has better things to do with his time. Drink whiskey. Awesome.
But hey, maybe they managed to turn things around. I mean, Stranger Things was drinking at the Last Chance Saloon for me after a disastrously bad season 3, only for the showrunners to listen to fan complaints and come back with an absolute banger of season 4. Maybe we'd actually get something similar here.
I don't know how he did that.
If you watched the first 2 seasons of Stranger Things, or the first 3 seasons, whatever he's complaining about, and you came away with the opinions that the critical drinker has, you're wrong. I'll tell you. You're wrong. You got the wrong takeaways from that. We'll go back.
So, to do with my time.
Yeah,
but hey, maybe...
Yeah, you can drink, motherfucker. You can drink. Good for you. You know who else can drink? Everyone ever.
They managed to turn things around. I mean, Stranger Things was drinking at the Last Chance.
Critical drinker, I dare you. I dare you to come up with a more manly sneeze than that.
For me after a disastrously bad season 3, only for the showrunners to listen to fan complaints and come back with an absolute banger of season 4.
I need one too.
You don't, but
I do. I do. Ladies and gentlemen, I know none of you are on the critical drinker side at this point, but can you fucking believe the garbage this man is spewing? The absolute dog shite, to use his native term, is spewing. Like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? He doesn't understand satire. Maybe he doesn't understand Ireland. But who fucking cares? Like, I'm tired of people outside of the United States giving opinions to things in the United States. Like, we don't need you. We don't want you. Is that an unfair thing to say?
Well, I've seen people make the argument that the United States is sort of
I'm fine. So
important to ignore, you know, like.
Well, but I'm fine with that. I'm fine with illegal immigrants of the United States having opinions.
No, I'm talking about people online from other countries who are like.
No, well, wrong. No, absolutely wrong. Because you don't get an opinion. You're not part of this country. You don't move here. Move here, get citizenship.
Right.
Then have your opinion.
Make your country better, so that.
Yeah, make your country better. No,
deal with your country's problems.
Don't even move here. Actually, is my opinion.
How long was the microphone off for, y'all? Before we noticed. Gary had like messaged me on Twitter. I'm like, damn.
I just like. If you want to make this country better, you're not going to do it from existential means. You're not going to do it from being from just based on your audience. Brazil.
I wish most Americans understood that you're not going to change the country by existential means. Every time somebody's asked me like, well, what would you actually do? I'm like, literally go talk to an old person. Just go talk to an old person.
If you think,
don't even do anything for them.
If you personally think that the whole Donald Trump almost being assassinated thing is done and gone,
yeah,
you're wrong.
Yeah, no, those people are insane.
You're wrong.
The internet has ADHD. The real world does not. You walk outside and people.
Thank you, Skeki Pen. Skeki Pen. You know, yeah. Fists up for Skeki Pen.
Who designed my avatar also. So fists up always for Skeki Pen.
No, she didn't.
What do you mean?
The cow thing?
No, the main one.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The,
I thought the cow thing.
Imperial glasses
Fizz up the
wearing.
skanky pen.
I don't even remember why we're giving fists up anymore now.
Because Skekty Pen's awesome.
I agree. What was the opinion she had that you...
4. Maybe we'd actually get something similar here. So it was off to Rotten Tomatoes for me to check out the reviews. Not the critic reviews, of course, because nobody in their right mind gives a shit what those fucking shills have got to say about anything anymore. I'm talking about the audience.
I don't fucking care what the actual reviews have to say about my fucking anti-liberal show has to say. I care about what I fucking think.
Reviews, which is the only semi-reliable barometer for quality these days, and gives a shit what those fucking shills have got to say about anything anymore. I'm talking about the audience reviews, which is the only semi-reliable barometer for quality these days, and...
So, ladies and gentlemen, the only barometer that I'm going to take is a bunch of fucking... Can I say the R slur?
No, just let me clarify real quick. Audience score matters to nobody.
Nobody ever.
The only reason that they are like this is that right-wingers figured out they could do this. They could say, oh, well, you see, all of the real critics, which, by the way, being a critic by definition by Rotten Tomatoes means like you write
nothing.
It
means nothing.
It means literally anybody could be considered a critic. But you'll see there are 80 reviews, 95%, and then 5,000 audience score ratings. And it's like, okay, first of all, I would want to know what is the average amount that is ever voted on anything on this website.
You know how
far
Rotten
in
Tomatoes
excess of that
could
is
save
this?
their whole existence as a being?
Mhm.
Averaging these two at all ever. Tomato meter and audience score. They could still post both of them, but they could just average
because
them
it would
both.
create the liberal audience to get active in raising the audience score if it was being review bombed by the conservative audience.
No, I don't even care about that. Because if these were both averaged, it would be like 75%.
Yeah.
What's being shown here, without being like saved by the liberal audience, 51%, 49% of those people are just bombing it because they've realized that the right wing is being made fun of.
Yeah.
Which they deserve to be.
Yeah.
If you're a part of the right wing and you don't think you deserve to be made fun of, you're wrong.
Or the left wing.
And no, sure, but that's not what
everyone deserves to be made fun of.
In my opinion, as a person who is 25 years old, who has lived through a lot of things and lived through my own father going like, well, the Satanic Panic was evil. It was really bad. It was not fun to... We're on the opposite side of the Satanic Panic now. Well, I saw what you saw in the Satanic Panic in a lot of what the liberals...
Still a shocking amount of Satanic Panic happening.
There is that,
still.
but that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like the same values being propriated. That's not the right word for it, but whatever. I'm not smart.
I'm trying to think of the word you mean. Purported?
Purported in the liberal ideology of it all. That was promoted in the Satanic Panic, and it's like, oh no, neither of them are good. Actually, we shouldn't be fighting for two political parties. That's what it comes down to for me personally. I grew up in kind of a weird way of like division.
I don't understand how people don't see that the second that you say you're part of a team, the other team
Are you
dismisses
part of
everything
the
you have to
Democrats
say.
or the Republicans? Tell me right now, because if you're not on the side that I'm on, you're literally the devil and voting for Hitler.
Yeah, that's the way people treat it. And it's like, what if
there were like at least 4 parties?
Yeah, what if
it wasn't just 2 parties that are every time you vote in all of the elections, you weren't voting for the lesser evil? What if you were just voting for the good guy?
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. I'm well jaded past the point of thinking that's going to happen. What if you were just voting for the good guy? What if you were voting for RFK? I don't think he's the good guy, to be clear. But what, like, he's the goodest guy we've got in this election.
Those ones, I mean,
out of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, yeah.
I think way beyond that, it's a problem of it's just a problem of nobody can win unless they have mass market appeal. Because ultimately, it's not about winning over half the country.
It's why I'm voting. It's why my first vote, literally ever,
will be for me.
Will be for Trixie the Golden Witch.
Like the problem with
I have never. I'm 25 years old. I will not vote until, how old do I have to be until I vote for you? 28, 29?
It'll be 4 years from now, so yeah, you'll be 29.
Yeah, so I'll be 29. I will not vote until I can vote for Trixie the Golden Witch. Or Mr. Beast, whichever one.
Nah, fuck Mr. Beast. He fired Ava before he even had the whole story.
He did.
What is in your mind the whole story? What have you heard?
You shouldn't be sending porn in a Discord to people that are underage.
Was it to them, or was there just a
you shouldn't be running a Discord server where porn is a thing that you're sending constantly to people.
And you know there are underage people.
Look, it is.
Was Ava sending porn in
yes,
the server?
Yes.
Okay.
It is. I mean, I don't.
It's definitely a mistake then.
It is at
I
this
would
point
say a mistake.
Regardless of if Ava was doing it personally, you should not be running a Discord server where porn is being sent to underage people.
There's a reason that our Discord has an extremely harsh age policy on it. It even
we will ban you.
It says
we will literally ban you and or investigate you.
Well, we'll investigate you. And then
we'll investigate you first and then ban you.
If we suspect that you are underage, we investigate.
You cannot be underage in our Discord server. And if you are, we have high prejudice to you, which means you're gone. You're gone.
It's for the same... There's young people who are going to think it's unfair, but it's for the same reason that you can't fuck underage people. Simply put, you can fucking wait a couple years, dog. You can fucking wait. If you think you're going to have a great time in my server, wait 2 fucking years or 3, however long you got to wait. I assume you're 16 at the youngest.
Look, I'm not going to assume any of this. I'm not going to give you the credit that Beatrice is giving. Get the fuck out of our Discord server and find porn on your own.
We don't even have porn in our Discord server anyway, but
we don't.
Even regardless, I don't even want young people around for any reason.
But get the fuck out of our Discord server. You can find porn on your own. It's not that hard, unless you live in Virginia, and in that case, use a fucking VPN. Oops, sorry.
It is funny. In Virginia, you can't use Pornhub. Like when you go to Pornhub, a thing comes up and it's like, your governor hates you, and you would have to give us your information, and we're not taking it.
Get the fuck out. No, I mean, and I mean that
genuinely. Actually will take your information, funnily enough. X
fuck
videos,
that.
for whatever reason, just works. I've never had to do anything. X videos just works.
Fuck all of that. If you're trying to get into our Discord server under 18, fuck off.
I don't think
we're not
interested.
interested.
But yeah.
I don't care if anyone is.
Bird, you gotta watch so much more of this Critical Drinker video.
Oh. I mean, the audience scores had been gradually declining from an all-time high of 90% in Season 1 to 75% by Season 3, but that's kind of in...
Oh my god. The fucking audience scores went from 100% from Season 1 to 75 by the point that people were making fun of Nazis. Yeah, Nazis shouldn't be fucking... You shouldn't like Nazis. It's taken me a while to come across on this point. I'll be honest.
What do you mean by that? You thought at some point you should like Nazis?
No. It's not that necessarily. It's just like, why are you liking Nazis? Like, what's the point that you're coming across liking Nazis?
I agree.
The Nazis made the trains run on time. That's what it comes down to. I like Japan.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I like Japan. Japan makes the trains run on time. And they were allies with the Nazis.
Mm-hmm. What are you talking about?
What's wrong with making the trains run on time?
Just like a joke. like some kind of advanced humor you're attempting right now. I cannot understand.
Look, agreeing with Nazis is bad. If you agree with Nazis at any point whatsoever, at any point, if you ever tried birria,
I love birria.
you do love birria.
Can we finish this fucking video?
Line with most shows, to be fair, but there's no denying that season 4 absolutely fell off a cliff. Good
Why?
Lord, I don't think I've seen a fan base turn so hard on any show since Game of Thrones. Look through the reviews.
Game of Thrones was bad. The Boys does not have that.
And you'll see page after page of absolutely brutal write-ups, all saying basically the same thing. The general consensus is that the show seems to have sacrificed writing quality and smart characterization in favor of simplistic shock value and cheap political point scoring. In short, the writers have become...
No, it doesn't. Sorry, I want to rewind it 30 seconds just to make sure what
brutal
I'm
write-ups,
thinking.
all saying basically the same thing. The general consensus is that the show seems to have
Person to Game of
sacrificed
Thrones
writing
really
quality and smart characterization in favor...
And I want to rewind it 10 seconds because no one listened to what he was saying. But I've seen, this will devalue my opinion for what it's worth. I've seen the first season and the last season of Game of Thrones. That's my exposure to it. I've audiobooked the
first book.
All of them.
When?
I did.
Oh.
They're not worth. They're good books. They're not worth not knowing the story between everything that's going on. Problem is, Benioff and what's his fuck suck. They're really, really bad at writing endings. That's why they were fired. Benioff and Weiss, that's their names. But this comparison is bad because I think the conceit of The Boys the whole time has been, hey, The Boys is not going to be the thing you want it to be. The whole time. Literally the whole time.
Yeah.
People have been saying, like, if you want The Boys to be the comics of The Boys,
it's the most
you're
this
wrong.
ain't what you want show.
Even though, like, to be completely honest, having read The Boys,
Why does every song that starts off with somebody saying this ain't what you want is always exactly what I want, though?
if you read The Boys, it might be what you wanted. But, like, having read The Boys, it's just going in the place that you want The Boys to go. It's just going there in a different way. I don't think it's going there in a way that is entirely wrong. I don't think it's going there in a way that is not, or that is unwatchable. I think it's just going there in a point that is like, oh my God, do you realize that our president was almost assassinated? I think the Trump thing did a lot for these people.
Well, yeah, for sure.
Which is bad. Like it's.
Can we please?
Beatrice is really trying to be president right now.
Your mouse is not on the correct screen.
Look, dog.
There you go.
I didn't set this up.
You gotta just press the clicker.
Of simplistic shock value and cheap.
Hang on, he's going through text.
He's just showing off all of the 1-star reviews of the show.
I don't think I've seen a fan base turn so hard on any show since Game of Thrones. Look through the reviews.
The first 3 seasons were excellent. They found a balance between crossing the line / shock moments and pulling the audience into the characters on emotional level. So you liked when the deep raped Starlight? Cool.
And you'll see page. turned so hard on any show
I
since
wanna get
Game of
through all of
Thrones.
those, you.
Look through the review.
And pulling the audience into the characters on an emotional level. Season 4 is overtly disgusting, overly mean-spirited, unpleasant, and lacks any redeeming value. If you liked the characters in the first 3 seasons, and by what I'm saying is, if you liked the characters in the first 3 seasons for what you're claiming to like in the first 3 seasons, or the first season at all, you like him. The Deep kills a character that he is like really emotionally entwined with, just cause he likes Homelander. Season 4 is overtly disgusting, only mean-spirited, unpleasant, and lacks any redeeming value
in its entirety.
Right? No, but actually,
it's the
right?
most mean-spirited show I've ever fucking seen. The least pleasant show I've ever fucking
can't
seen.
have Beatrice watch The Boys. I mean, she watches it when I'm there, but I've been watching it faithfully through all of it. It's not a pleasant show. It's not supposed to be. If you fucking read the comic, it's not pleasant. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be a decrement of everything that exists right now. And fortunately, not that much has changed in the last 20 years. So the comic hasn't changed in the last 20 years. The show hasn't changed that much in the 20 years, even though they've changed enough to after Donald Trump. So, ladies and gentlemen, the last episode of The Boys was titled Assassination Run. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert. The last episode of The Boys was supposed to kind of sort of have the president of the United States being assassinated. Literally. Instead, the vice president got assassinated because, oh my God, Billy Butcher has some kind of super cancer that gives him weird superpowers and he can kill the vice president. So he killed the vice president instead because the vice president had weird, not even weird. The vice president had like values against the president. It's hard to explain if you haven't seen the show. I'll be honest with you there. It's hard to explain if you haven't seen the show. But it's a satire. It's like such a it's like such a satire on 3 levels above what actually exists that for you, the critical drinker, to be taken seriously at any point whatsoever is dumb. You're stupid.
Views, and you'll see page after page of absolutely.
You're especially stupid for taking the reviews of this season to mean anything.
Brutal write-ups, all saying basically the same thing. The general consensus is that the show seems to have sacrificed writing quality and smart characterization in favor of simplistic shock value.
So you see, what has come down to it is that you see, the reviews have been against my personal political opinion, and so I've decided that it's bad, actually.
It's a good news.
Value and cheap political point scoring. In short,
not even doing good Scottish accent.
The writers have become more interested in getting their own personal ideology across and owning.
This is probably one of the most well thought and implemented to perfection kind of shows to ever exist. That's a 5-star review.
Yeah.
It's a 5-star review that he decided to keep in. I'll give Critical Drinker points for that, for including that.
Yeah.
It is. The only things I skipped through in this season were Huey and Starlight talking to each other.
Do you normally skip through things in the seasons?
Yeah.
Let's see.
But I'll be honest, it's Huey and Starlight.
Now, granted, knowing Bird, this is not a huge admonishment of a show's quality. He skips through basically everything.
I have a really
short attention.
No, it's not that. I have a really comfortable, happy relationship. I've been in unhappy relationships, and I'm not necessarily trying to relive that.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It was
So
literally
I
too
don't-
uncomfortable for you to want to.
Well, it's not that it's too uncomfortable. It's just that I know what they're saying.
Okay.
It's just that I know what they're saying. Like, oh my god, you didn't know the kind of shirt I wore. You didn't know this. You
That
didn't
kind
know
of
that.
shit.
So it's like that. Yeah, I get.
Yeah.
That kind of admonishment for the show, I get.
Mhm.
But political stuff, no. This show's on point. This show's on point for political admonishment on both sides. Very much on both sides.
Actually telling a good story, and well,
Why
that sort of
I have a
strategy
real
never
problem with critical drinkers saying things like, well, I didn't like the 4th season because it wasn't on my side of the fucking political argument.
never really pays off. Naturally, I was curious to get the other side of the story, so I took a look at a recent interview with showrunner Eric Kripke in The Hollywood Reporter, and he had this to say about accusations that the show had become too partisan. I clearly have a perspective, and I'm not shy about putting that perspective in the show. Anyone who wants to call
this
the show
always
woke or whatever, that's okay. Go watch some.
It really is just
Eric-
like y'all couldn't tell.
Eric Kripke ran Supernatural.
Yeah, like it's the like gayest fucking show. Like gave more to women than any other show ever. Probably.
You don't get the show, critical drinker. It's fine. You just have to say you don't get the show. You can't come at it from this perspective. You just don't get the show. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. I'm going to come out as a hard stance opinion here, which might not be popular with a lot of leftists. It's fine that you don't get the show. There are shows for you that exist, like The New Norm, one of the shittiest
Watch
shows that
fucking
exist.
Yellowstone. Just
Yellowstone. Yellowstone's
watch
a great
bunch of old
example.
rednecks say fuck at each other for fucking 80 episodes.
Something else. But I'm certainly not going to pull any punches
Yeah,
or
wait,
apologize for
just
what we're
I am
doing.
retarded.
Some people who watch it
That's
think
why Rod-
Homelander is the hero. What do you say to that? The show's many things. Subtle isn't one of
Sorry, I'm gonna finish this because if he thinks Homelander is
them.
the actual hero, he's so fucked beyond belief.
So if that's the message you're getting from it, I just throw up my hands. You know, why do I
Man, based on that clip of Ron Burgundy, if he thinks Homelander is the hero, he's wrong. Homelander is so far from the hero. If you watched The Boys and you thought that Homelander at any point, literally any point from season 1 to now was the hero, you're wrong. And I'm sorry to tell you that, you're wrong. Homelander is the villain. Homelander has always been the villain. Homelander is the worst human, he's human. Homelander is the worst human being you could possibly aspire to be because he's like the portrayal of the straight white male.
Homelander is actually the most terrifying villain in fiction, in my opinion.
He's a straight white male with superpowers. He's a straight white male with superpowers.
His
That's
mere
it.
existence makes the entire show unfathomably tense. Because as of the end of season 2, when he just decides, fuck it, nobody can tell me anything, you spend all of season 3, every single time a new character gets introduced, going,
A-Train.
When's Homelander gonna kill this guy? When Homelander
Suck
gonna
the
kill
deep
this guy?
stick.
Yeah.
When he discovered Soldier Boy and he was like, oh, this is huge. It's like, dude, Soldier Boy thought you were a disappointment to his entire familial existence. Soldier Boy wanted to kill you. What do you think is going to... I'm so excited for season 5 of The Boys because that's going to ruin all of these opinions. Yeah.
You muted it somehow.
Unmuted.
Just click the...
Nope.
Bird gets too confused by the way I have my monitors set up.
this time? One of them. So if that's the message you're getting from it, I just throw up my hands. You know, why do I feel like...
I wanted you to see that.
Yeah.
Him going like, oh, I'm Ron Burgundy at the fact that Homelander was the bad guy. It's like, no.
Yeah, he's definitely the bad
Homelander is definitely the bad guy.
Unquestionably.
I feel like this is rapidly becoming a tale as old as time. A show gets...
Soldier Boy is also the bad guy.
They're pretty much all the bad guy. There's not really a good guy in The Boys. Like the people who are like the characters who start off the most heroic will. The point of it is to show how power
The
will always
point-
corrupt you. Power corrupts. That is
Billy
the message of the
Butcher, the guy that a lot of people identify with, is the bad guy. Huey,
all the bad guy.
Mm.
Huey's the closest to a good guy, and he's still
Huey,
done bad guy
Frenchie,
shit.
and Kimiko are the closest that it comes to being a good
They've
guy.
all they've all made mistakes. They've all
Kimiko
murdered
was
people.
raised in a cult where she had
Mother's
to kill
Milk
people.
might be the good guy. Mother's Milk might be the
If
good guy.
that's the take they go with,
Yeah.
of Mother Milk, my hard stance opinion, Mother's Milk is going to die in the 5th season.
Probably everybody
Huey-
will fucking die
no.
in the 5th season.
Huey and Starlight are going to live.
Maybe. You think Starlight's gonna live?
Yeah.
All right.
You didn't watch The Boys season 4.
True, but I don't know. It's a
Starlight
tragic show. I feel
Starlight
like-
might die. I'll give you that. Starlight might die. Huey is almost certainly going to live with all of the terrible decisions he's had to make.
to have
'Cause
PTSD.
Coming down to everything, Huey is the bad guy. Rather, not that. Huey is the main character.
Yeah.
So Huey is going to have to deal with everything.
Yeah.
So it's either going to be Huey, it's either going to be Frenchie. Well, no, it's not going to be just Frenchie by himself. It's going to be Huey, Frenchie, and Kimiko, or that's it.
I think Frenchie and Kimiko will die.
I hope they do.
I think it's gonna be Huey and Mother's Milk at the end.
That would be amazing. That would actually be the best.
I think they're gonna
ending.
pull a fucking what's it called? Deep Blue Sea, and have it be just the white and the black dude who are left
So,
at the end.
as something that I don't think you know, Kimiko, as far as we've seen, can't die.
Oh, well then she might be there too.
She's pretty much lived through every time people have killed her.
Yeah, she'll probably be around then.
But anyway, let's get through.
Gets popular and goes mainstream, the writers get a little too overconfident and think they can use it as a platform for their own personal hang-ups. The fans start to push back against them, and instead of taking that criticism on board and responding in a constructive manner, they just say, "Fuck it, go watch something else, you dicks." Kind of reminds me of this. They just say, "Fuck it, go watch something else, you dicks."
Something else. Go watch something else, you dicks.
I wish Critical Drinker would do that. I wish Critical
He would
Drinker
go watch something else
would just
instead
go
of-
watch something else.
Yeah. Instead
Season
of a show
4
he clearly doesn't understand or process or like, considering he already was done with it after season 3, which was great, which was the best season, by the way. Like
It was.
I haven't even seen all of season 3. I've seen seasons 1 and 2, the first half of season 3, and the first half of season 3 was when the show really got to a point where it was like too riveting, like it was painful, it was like hard to, it was like, wow, this is hard to watch. It's similar to The Wire in that regard. Like when I got to season 3 of The Wire, I got like halfway into it and I was like, this is the best show I've ever seen. This is really hard to watch. Like, I
think
can't deal with it.
It would be a lot more worth it instead of doing We Watch Anime, making Trixie watch like We Watch live action show.
We could do, if you wanted to start with The Wire, then do The Boys once it's over, then do Sopranos, you know?
No, I think it would be better to do The Wire and Sopranos because I've never seen The Sopranos or
I've
The
seen
Wire.
The first like 4 or 5 episodes of it at Riley's house. Maybe you weren't paying attention. I remember watching.
I
it on
wasn't.
drugs.
I wasn't.
I've seen the first episode twice now. The fucking ducks.
Kind of reminds me of this idiot who did her level best to tank.
Who is that?
Trixie watches The Expanse. I've never even heard of The Expanse. I have no idea who that is.
I've
She looks
seen-
like a caricature of an annoying liberal person.
The Expanse is interesting. That's got to be Zoe Quinn.
The American comic book industry, and then had the balls to berate her own customers for not loving what she was doing.
And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book.
Well, as me told. You girls enjoy yourself.
It's the entertainment equivalent of that.
Well, as me told. You girls enjoy yourself.
Don't buy my book.
Well, as me told. You girls enjoy yourself.
It's the entertainment.
Bringing up someone that no one except for deep tier internet people don't know about, and you're deep tier internet. I do, but
I
like
don't even know who that
you don't
bitch
know
is.
who that was. I don't know who that was. And then bringing up a random fucking scene from some movie that no one's ever seen before. Fuck yourself. You are so entrenched in a thing that does not matter.
Yeah, showing that lady, it was very like, wait, who the fuck is this bitch? How many?
It wasn't
How many
even-
times have you guys complained about this woman I've never heard of? Like, you know.
Oh my god! Look, Starlight's doing powers. Doesn't that suck?
Equivalent of that asshole kid who takes his ball and flounces off
That was-
home because everyone else won't. Equivalent of that asshole kid who takes his ball and flounces off home because everyone else won't play the game the way he wants.
I know why. I know exactly why Critical Drinker fell off in season 3. It's because A-Train dragged to death a white supremacist and took his heart. Do you remember that?
No.
In season 3.
Yeah, no, Lindsay Ellis looks like a normal human.
Well, that doesn't mean she's not the person that was just cut to.
That lady didn't look like a normal human.
In season 3, A-Train, the speedster.
Yeah, you don't have to clarify who A-Train is. He's like one of the main fucking characters of the show.
Up until that point, A-Train has been dealing with Compound V, addiction problems.
Can you bring yourself back into frame?
Up until that point, A-Train has been dealing with Compound V addiction problems, so he's constantly injecting himself with Compound V. But through season 3, he's kind of, there's like a sub arc. I would say like a C arc as opposed to A B plot. It's like a C plot of A-Train like meets a guy who is very anti-minority. Let's say he's like a superhero that's very anti-minority, and A-Train goes, "Why'd you kill this guy?" And the C plot guy goes like, "Well, because he was fucking pointing a gun at me." And A-Train goes, "Well, you're a superhero. Why does that matter? Like, you could have just stopped him." So A-Train literally runs him as far as he can, dragging his face and body off until he can get a heart transplant off of that motherfucker because it's a super abled heart.
Right.
And then he has a super abled heart and he's not doing Compound V anymore. There's further implications in season 4 about why A-Train, wouldn't want to be associated with Vought anymore.
Right.
He disappears by the end of season 4, let's say. There's reasons. There's a lot of reasons. It's all very well built up to. Everyone complaining about this season is wrong. It's a good season of a show. Just like the last 3 seasons of it were. It's as good as the last 3 seasons of it were. It's really annoying to see people go like, well, the 3rd season was where it peaked, where the Nazi was a character. And the Nazi was a really good character. It was only until the middle of season 3 where the Nazi killed herself that we thought the show fell off. And it's like, no, the Nazi killing herself was a good thing. Because it
Sorry, I've totally lost track of what the fuck you're trying to explain. I'm thinking about how Ora Luna says, I didn't mean it as an attack on Lindsay Ellis. I don't actually know what she looks like. But you like her.
Fucking cares
it says
about
you
Lindsay
like her
Ellis?
videos, so you must know who she is.
Who cares about Lindsay Ellis?
No, well, my point.
Them too. It's this weird narcissistic sense.
Talking. Anyway, Ora Luna was trying to pick somebody, who's like a liberal that we've all heard of, and you had said that's Zoe Quinn.
No,
so you said that's Zoe Quinn. He said that's Lindsay Ellis.
For all intents and purposes, they were both of those people.
But
it's just a liberal that Critical Drinker didn't like.
That's the problem. That's why I'm saying this. You don't know who Zoe Quinn or Lindsay Ellis are.
Zoe Quinn is the person that started Gamergate, yes?
What do you mean by that?
She had a problem with the person she was working with in a game development company.
No.
And...
None of that. That's not a thing.
Okay. Who's Zoe Quinn?
She made a video game called Depression Quest.
and then had a problem with a guy.
No problems were had with anybody. A guy that she had sex with once promoted one of her games in a list of games.
And then she had a problem with that guy, and he killed himself.
None of that had to do with Gamergate. What you're talking about, that has nothing to do with Gamergate. That was like 5 years later.
Okay.
Zoe Quinn just made a video game, and a guy she had fucked at some point who was still friends
Promoted
with
that
her,
game.
promoted it in an article full of games that were just like it's like, here's 25 indie games, you know, one of them's hers. People accused this of being nepotism because she had had sex with this guy and bad journalism, and then this somehow blossomed into a massive games
Gamergate
journalism
thing.
Yeah, it was ethics in games, the question of if games journalism was properly ethical.
Even though she wasn't necessarily a games journalist as much.
She
as
wasn't
just
a games
like
journalist at all. She was a
she
games
wasn't,
developer.
but she's someone that promoted him.
She didn't promote him.
I'm sorry, vice versa.
Yes, she was promoted by him. So he was the one who had made the mistake. She just made a video
Why
game.
did he kill himself?
Different guy. Totally different thing. Nothing to do with Gamergate.
Who killed himself? Who am I thinking of?
There's a game called Night in the Woods, and one of the developers had some kind of weird relationship with her earlier.
With Zoe Quinn.
With Zoe Quinn, I believe. Where I guess at some point he was grabbing her by the pussy and walking her around on her hands like a wheelbarrow. This is what I heard.
Everything I've heard from Donald Trump says that's okay.
Yep. So
joke.
Yes, and then that guy, he got fired from his studio and immediately killed himself. But that was like years later after Gamergate had already pretty much died down.
Okay.
So
is that all of the Zoe Quinn negativity?
That's those are all of the things I have even ever heard about her. I mean, it was mostly that. So the real reason that so much just came down on her, and the real proponent behind Gamergate, was that at the time, a lot of the games journalists and games writers are people who like
Ethan Ralph.
No, he was never a games journalist or games writer.
But he was a big proponent.
He was
of
a
Gamergate.
Gamergater. Yes.
That's Ethan Ralph, Mr. Medicare.
They came up through Gamergate.
That's why they're. I mean, no.
That's why they're famous. Yes. That's how they got popular.
A little different for me because Medicare had kind of
He'd
been
always
around.
existed, yeah.
But I think Ethan Ralph really got his
became a guy
popularity
through
through Gamergate.
Yeah, Gator is Gamergator.
Yeah.
You know, there were lots of people who came up through it. But so the real reason.
Sorry, I'm saying names just for the fact of understanding, less than the fact of they were implicated in these stories.
Yes, sure. They're definitely implicated.
I'm young.
What I'm trying to say.
To reiterate.
This all happened in 2013. So yeah, you were like 14.
Yes.
When Gamergate happened.
But
Maybe 2015.
Ralph
I don't know.
and Medicare and all those, they got like some reboostage from.
They just didn't exist before then, or Medicare did, but Ralph did not. Ralph literally came into existence.
Ralph
through Gamergate.
did exist before then.
Well,
No.
sure, everybody existed on the internet. I existed before I was a YouTuber, but nobody.
But it's
fucking
how they
heard of
got
me.
like a boost.
Yeah, it's how they became
Okay.
people who are known on the internet. But the real reason for Gamergate is that at the time was when games journalism was first really I should say media journalism was first blowing up on the internet. People like me were getting popular. There were all these analysis videos getting written.
There
these
is one
people talking about
specific
media.
game that I'm pretty sure Zoe Quinn was associated with.
What are you talking about?
I don't remember the game.
Depression Quest?
That's probably it. And then the guy killed himself, right?
No, it's A Night in the Woods.
But Zoe Quinn was
She fucked the guy from A Night in the Woods and then he killed himself. How are you still stuck on this part? We already moved past this. The Zoe Quinn shit. How are we stuck on the Zoe Quinn shit?
I'm trying to understand Gamergate.
You have to realize, divorce yourself from the idea that any political movement was ever about a thing that was real for a second. Remember, this is a far-right extremist co-opting of something that was happening with gamers. It was completely run by far-right extremists from 4chan who were literally, and you can find the text where they're talking about the fact that they're going to do this, that they are going to use this gaming controversy as a means to create a new far-right extreme movement online through gamers, because video gaming was the biggest thing with this generation's
And Assassin's
people.
Creed was the big point of it.
Assassin's Creed, I don't think ever came up in this. Oh, you're talking about okay. So the main reason this was possible, what I'm trying to explain to you, is that internet criticism got popular, and all the internet critics like flowery, gay, fucking fuckboy games. They like the walking simulator games where you don't do anything, that are just narratively driven, where it's all about gay people finding themselves and
But
shit.
they didn't like, oh god, what am I thinking? The Kojima game. The Porter game where you're like a deliverer.
Death Stranding.
Death Stranding, yeah.
That's because Kojima's too perverted for these liberals.
Because Kojima's cool.
He's Japanese, and he doesn't feel the same way as Americans do about things. But the American liberal journalists who are all writing on the internet, they're all flowery people.
So
who
this
like
is all
flowery
just
games.
4chaners being tired of fetch quests.
Yes, you're starting to get it. They're particularly walking simulators, because like, you ever heard of Dear Esther? This game really was what set this off, I think.
No, it's being tired of fetch quests. I think I get it.
Dear Esther was a game where you're just on an island. There's no gameplay. You just walk around and learn shit about the island. And game journalists loved it and praised it to high heaven. And then a bunch of other games like it, like Gone Home and all these like artsy little indie games that take like 3 hours to beat, and you don't do anything, you just read, became really popular with games journalists. And gamers hated this because they're like, y'all are not talking about the games people actually like, and in fact you're complaining about them having tits or whatever and like no real story.
Sorry, gang.
And then
Not you.
these.
Sorry, gang. Who are these gamers you're talking about? Because like World of Warcraft always existed through this.
This
Star
is all
Wars
on the internet.
No, and I get that, and these games exist on the internet. The examples I'm going to bring up exist on the internet.
So gamer culture is really weird, right? Because individual games that are massively popular, they have their own culture. That is not gamer culture. Gamer culture is people who like buy a new video game every 3 weeks or whatever, and they're always playing the newest game. And they're using reviews to determine which new games to buy, and they're upset at the reviewers for recommending them boring gay games about being gay instead of cool games about murdering people and seeing tits. And that's why people got mad, because the game journalists are all shaming them for wanting to see tits.
I'm pissing.
Sounds like you're about to throw up.
It's a mix of things. I have to piss and I have to stop myself. Okay.
We'll get through this video one day. I swear to God. We might even get through the rest of those Simoun episodes tonight. I know you like Lindsay Ellis or Luna. Don't worry about it. Where I was trying to go with that is that it's funny to me and a little sad that like Zoe Quinn and Lindsay Ellis, they have become like just synonymous with, no, he's just taking a piss. They have become synonymous with like people who right wingers bring up generically as like liberals, you know? But like Zoe Quinn notwithstanding, I don't know much about her. Lindsay Ellis is just a perfectly fine critic. She is a feminist critic. That's normal, you know, that's a very normal thing, especially for a woman who criticizes art to come from a feminist perspective. Yeah, makes sense, right? Like, just seems normal. Doesn't seem like something you have to be upset about or competitive with. And then, like, whoever that lady was, though, she was like, she had like all this face work and she had this ridiculous like look and attitude and being like really mean about who she is and everything. And it's like, okay, this is the stereotypical like bad liberal that they complain about. And I think that they would say, oh, this is who Lindsay Ellis is. This is who Zoe Quinn is. And that's why I want to step away from making it even as a joke, because it's like, no, that's the joke they would make though, is oh, that's Lindsay Ellis, you know, and it's like, yeah, but it's not though. Lindsay Ellis isn't a ridiculous person. This person is ridiculous, you know, like the left needs the ability to point at people on our own team and say, no, that person is ridiculous. Like we do with Lily Orchard,
And
you know,
any political party needs to be able to point at a
Yeah.
person and go, this person is ridiculous.
Yeah. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. That was what I was saying about that Shadow Priest guy. Since we're fucking in the
Hey,
middle
Kamala
of this,
Harris. Hey, Donald Trump. You're both shitty for different reasons.
you're both freaky ass and
Kamala
words.
Harris, you literally want
Wrong
to
browser.
imprison half of the country. Hey, Donald Trump, you literally want to kill trans people. Oh, that's things I have problems with.
It's pretty problematic for me.
It's just what it comes down to for me is Donald Trump said a lot of the things he's saying now in his first presidential run. He didn't do that.
AV Talks Eddie with Russian $5 says The Expanse, Delta 5, Slingshot Racers, slow down. Stop talking about Gamergate. We can't. I'm drinking a peach coyote right now. I want to talk about this. I hate this guy so fucking much. Shadow Priest 3359. I hate this fucking guy. This dude comes into my comments to ball wash billionaires every single time that I complain about billionaires.
Sorry, B, but I think all of us disagree with your weird politics and billionaires takes.
So
XD.
let me
That
ask,
is how you know.
do all of you disagree with my weird politics and billionaire takes? Because I kind of have taken it for granted that everyone agrees with me. Billionaires are a huge fucking problem.
I'm just gonna say,
They're
if
not
you're
good people.
Typing XD.
I type XD.
Uh,
I use old internet SMS speak all
but
the time.
If you're typing XD in a serious chat,
Lapusha agrees with my billionaire takes. Also, we thinks they're based. Not app says
XD.
real.
Sorry, gang. XD. That was a thing when I was a fucking teenager. And by a teenager, I mean 13 years old. That is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. That is more than a decade ago.
Lapusha says if you're a billionaire, that means someone died for that. It means a lot of people died for it. It means children are slaves for it.
True. But if you're
Amy
typing
says, I disagree. You
XD
should be even more leftist. I don't know how I can be even, but I'll try, I guess. I don't know what I could do to be more leftist than hating billionaires with all my heart and mind. Yakuman says, I think Trixie is based.
I think the reason we are able to be together is that you are a hardcore leftist.
Yeah.
I am like the biggest centrist.
Mm.
I
wouldn't call myself a hardcore leftist.
You
The
are, though.
leftists do not accept me.
They might. God fucking damn it. Look, y'all, I behave.
Ellen, I also
hiccuping.
would use XD as a tone indicator, and I think the reason it was that Bird was so set off by it in this case is that this isn't a place to use it. Like the way the guy
If
is
you're
using
making
it.
a serious point,
Yeah.
you cannot be XDing.
No, it's like, well, wait, are you trying to make a joke or are you trying to, but it's the phrasing of, it's the combination of the phrasing, all of us, and then the XD at the end. This person is imagining that they are standing in a room full of people and I'm saying something ludicrous.
And they're all XDing
and
at
everyone's laughing at me. And I'm like,
No,
bro,
they're not laughing at. They're XDing it.
they're XDing at me. And I'm like,
it's not laughing, because laughing is a different thing than XDing, because that's going.
And it's a.
This is my imagination of anyone who uses the term XD. Literally, you have to understand what you're going through. XD is. You're not doing that. You're not going.
I've always imagined the laughing face from South Park specifically because their eyes turn into like an X.
Sure, but like we're dealing with real people.
Yeah, yeah.
XD means you're not that funny.
No. But yeah, like this is something that Dick Masterson's gone on a lot about, and I'm heavily in agreement with him, and it needs to be pushed more, but it's going to take a while for people to really accept this. Anytime that somebody says us or we when they are talking about themselves is schizophrenic.
Someone that can't be trusted.
It's somebody who first of all, they're referring to themselves by plurals, but it's because they're imagining that everything they say must be agreed on by somebody else. Like, well, I necessarily must be part of like a representative group of other people who feel the same way as me, because I can't just be wrong, or my opinion can't just be unique. It has to be that there's other people who feel exactly the same way I do, So it has to be all of us disagree, which is just such a preposterous thing to say when, like, first of all, you could just read the other comments. Like, do you think I'm speaking to an audience of mostly people who disagree with me about most things? Like, that's insane, Like, I mean, Shadow Priest seems to think their take seems to be, because the rest of it, you've got 10 out of 10 media literacy, but when it comes to economic takes or political takes or even personal finance takes, you're more of a 0 out of 10. Lol. Everyone's got a trade-off like that, I suppose. I don't understand how you could think that I could have 10 out of 10 media literacy and just be wrong about everything else. How would that be possible?
Shadow Priest, mention me, you pussy ass bitch. Everyone who gives Trixie shit, mention me.
Yeah, well, why? Because you have the same takes, or that you?
No, because I have slightly differing opinions.
Mm.
I think that matters more.
Mm.
I don't agree with you all of the time. I think that is very important.
Well, and so part of this...
I think I disagree with Trixie enough because I understand how things work.
Yeah.
Just like that much more than she does. Not as an insult or anything, but it's just like I spent a lot of my childhood, let's say, childhood being 13 to 17-year-old, really studying the Supreme Court.
Right.
Really studying like how the Constitution is supposed to actually act.
Yeah.
Just like that much more. And now I'm at the point, being 25 and a little older than that, knowing that that doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert for everyone in the United States that thinks, oh my God, Joe Biden can't just resign.
The rich will find a way around.
Joe Biden can't just resign and Kamala Harris take all of his donations. Yeah. Yes, she can. She can. And she will.
Yeah.
And that's it.
You're
fucked.
So in this video, I was talking about my billionaire stuff, and I do say in it, like, I ask the audience, like, do you all agree with this stuff, or am I talking crazy? And it was because at the time there was like nobody in the chat. This was like an early morning live stream. I'm ranting and raving in the park. I was trying to get anybody to respond, right? And so I was like, anybody, like, let me know. Do you agree? Do you disagree? I think Gary was like, I think you're usually talking crazy, but I'm entertained by it. But like, I got responses that said they agreed, and then this guy comes along and says all of us disagree, and I'm like, well, that's just provably untrue. You could just go read the other comments from people who are like, yeah, I'm with you.
If you are speaking from a perspective, and you don't know that at least 50 other people, genuinely, if you don't know that at least 50 other people agree with you, you're wrong. You're just wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. I can find 50 other people that agree with what I'm saying easily right now.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Me or Shadow Priest could find 50 people who agree. Like, he could go find 50 people who would back him up and say I'm crazy, and I could find 50 people who would back me up and say I'm not crazy. I mean, theoretically, if he knew how to, he could.
Does not mean anything.
Yeah. Well, so anyway, I responded, you are not a part of us. Like, to suggest, I think all of us disagree. And I'm like, well, most of the people I'm speaking to, I speak to all the time. I live stream every day. I've got a Discord server with most of those same people inside of it. So in general, I know what they're about. And so when he starts trying to imply that, like, oh, well, I'm part of your audience and your audience doesn't agree with you. And I'm like, I don't know, dude. You're the only one in my audience who only shows up to say stuff like this. You're never in the live streams. Well, he leaves a lot of comments on the live streams. He just only ever watches the early morning, like me talking about politics streams.
I don't think he's not watching everything you do, but
Yeah.
he's like the biggest example of people that think you're still Digibro.
Right. People who haven't gotten on board that
People
like
who haven't really caught on to the fact that like, oh, this isn't the content I wanted it to be, even though it's the content you've been pushing for the last 5-6 years.
I just don't think these people understand that Trixie is the mask off. You know, that like Digibro was the mask.
Digibro content was not that different from what you're pushing now.
No, but the only real
Ladies
difference
and
to me was
gentlemen.
like that I was trying to be more like centrist and like less
I'm not
left. Like
I'm not a fan of Digibro. I never have been, and I probably never will be. But I was exposed to a lot of Digibro. And I'll be honest, After Dark mostly. Through the lens of, hey, you and Digibro would probably agree on a lot of things. Because it seems like a lot of the things you say are just based, like, you guys just say things that seem like you're on acid.
that was Riley's take on both of us, is that we talk like we're on acid even when we're not.
It's like, I took great offense to that, actually, because I didn't do that much acid. It's like, no, I'm seeing things. I understand how they are, and most of the time.
And the reason he said that is that Riley tends to only concern himself with whatever he is thinking about right now, and his mind doesn't go anywhere else. You and I, very lateral thinkers, jump between different subjects constantly. Hence, conversations
we jump
like
between
this.
different timelines.
Yeah.
I jump between whether it would be more worth us moving to Tucson or us staying where we are. I'm considering, sucks to say out loud, but I'm trying to consider all of the options we have to us available at any given time. And so it adds a lot more consideration. God. I would argue, I would think the worst part of my consideration is that I listen to WATP every week, and so I'm constantly like, oh God, what if we get to a level where we are the cringe of the week? You might not be a WATP listener, but if I hear myself on cringe of the week, it's time to rethink what I'm doing. Carl from WATP is one of the only people whose opinions I really care about on things. I would say there's about 3 people, but Carl from you weren't here. Carl is one of the only people that if we were the cringe of the week, I'd entirely rethink everything.
He has himself been the cringe of the week.
That's cool. It's been too long since that point. One of the most recent cringe of the weeks that I listened to was Vito and Dick trying to stream raid you. And they didn't know how to stream raid people.
Wait, did that get brought in as a cringe of the week? That's fucking hilarious.
A cringe of the week. It was probably 2 or 3 weeks ago.
That's so fucking funny. It was very cringe.
Because they spent like 5
minutes trying to figure
out how to do it. And they got that brought in. And then, Dick, legend of the biggest problem in the universe, put Carl on his face, as he is wont to do. And go like, hey, I'm Carl. Hey, I'm Carl. You guys are so cringe for wanting to understand how this works. Blah, 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 blah.
Why don't I remember seeing this at all? Did I miss this?
You did. You did miss this because you don't listen to cringe. You don't listen to WATP like I
But I
do.
listened to Biggest Problem though. So how did I miss?
Did you know WATP had a hot sauce?
No, I didn't until you told me.
You're not listening to WATP enough.
You're right. I never find podcast time anymore.
All right, gang. It's time for me to go.
Are you not going to finish that boys video? You don't have to. I mean, you've talked well over 20
It was
minutes.
specifically
In fact,
requested
it's
that
been,
I finish
you have actually
watching
talked
it.
about this video for, in fact, how long do you think it's been?
2 hours.
2.5 hours, I think, that you've talked about this one video.
Pull it up. Let me finish.
For
the
which
last
we
4
made
minutes.
maybe like $8, probably.
I have to finish this video.
Sense of entitlement amongst creatives these days that everyone should just unconditionally support and agree with you because you're such a paragon of wisdom that there's no possibility you could ever be wrong about anything. The problem, Eric, is that other people don't always think exactly the same way we do. They don't always share
Amy,
our
I like
beliefs,
you.
parrot our opinions, mirror our viewpoints on every topic. And that's okay because people are allowed to have different points of view. A smart, humble, and creative writer finds ways to bridge the gap between all these different groups through the unifying concept of good storytelling.
A smart, humble, and creative writer is who are writing The Boys right now. The fact that the critical drinker had to give that caveat means that he understands that these people are writing for The Boys and he just doesn't like what they're creating. It sucks. The Boys shits on the left as much as they shit on the right. It's just that
They're shitting on power.
Well, people like the critical drinker just want them to be entirely shitting on the left,
Right?
Because that's who they view as a being in power. It's not. It's not the case.
That's probably a big part of it. Yeah, is who
It's-
they think who they think has power.
Both sides have power.
Power comes from everywhere.
It's really silly to imagine that, oh, I'm living in a world that only the left has power.
Yeah.
It's just dumb. Especially as a person living in the United Kingdom. I don't even know this about the critical drinker, so shit on me if that's the case, but especially on a person living in the United Kingdom or Canada, giving opinions on the United States. If you don't live in the United States and you're giving opinions on things created in the United States, fuck off. I don't care about your opinion. Sorry, not interested. I know that's kind of alienating to a lot of people in your audience, but I'm really not interested. It's like, it's not interesting. It's not fun. It's not cool. Great. You have an opinion based off of a government that you've lived
I'm
under.
just saying most of my career is talking about Japanese cartoons, so I'm just staying out of having
No,
an
but it's The
opinion about this.
Boys. No, but it's The Boys, which is almost exclusively a satire based off of the fact that you live and operate under the United States and its government.
It is very American.
That's it. And the Boys, the comic.
Mhm.
I can get more criticism off of that than I would based off of this, which is purely, almost purely the United States, like, and its current political scene.
Yeah.
That's it. The last episode of The Boys had to have a whole fucking little title card going like,
Disclaimer, this is not trying to be based on real life. We wrote this months ago, guys.
it was going to be titled Assassination Run. And then someone tried to kill Donald Trump.
Bad writer, on the other hand, tries to hammer home his opinions on his audience with sheer brute force and then gets angry and resentful when they push back against it. I'll let you decide which one you used to be and which one you are.
Sorry,
The problem, paragon of wisdom, that there's no possibility you could ever be wrong about anything. The problem, Eric, is that other people don't always think exactly the same way we do. They don't always share our beliefs, parrot our opinions, mirror our...
Who's we? Who's we, critical drinker?
Everyone, I guess.
We, everyone? No, that's I really hate when conservatives do this.
It's I hate when everyone, again, if they say us or we,
us
when
or
they're
we,
talking
yeah.
about their own opinions, they are schizophrenic or gaslighting you. But like,
when me and United States, let's say a quarter of the country,
yeah,
thinks this way, is like, I can't believe you would do this in this way when a quarter of the country disagrees with you. And it's like, yeah, I mean, but the boys is actually appealing to half of the country because they're shitting on you as much as they are shitting on the people you're disagreeing with. And the fact that you have chosen to now take a problem with it, I really, really fucking hate that a lot of people have now chosen to choose the boys.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, this is my personal Jesus. This is the thing I choose to take a big problem with. It's our personal Jesus in the way of like, this is like the thing.
Yeah.
This is what we're gonna be ramming against the right. Or as the right, this is what we're like, oh my God, they were so for us for the first 3 seasons. It's like, no, on both sides.
Yeah.
They've been making fun of both of you.
Yeah.
The whole
All right,
fucking
you've
time.
made this point several times. Let's finish this fucking video.
Viewpoints on every topic, and that's okay because people are allowed to have different points of view. A smart, humble, and creative writer finds ways to bridge the gap between all these different groups through the unifying concept of good storytelling. A bad writer, on the other hand, tries to hammer home his opinions on his audience with sheer brute force and then gets angry and resentful when they push back against it. I'll let you decide which one you used to be and which one you are now. Also, it's interesting watching the discourse around the boys on social media, which I can best summarize as, the boys used to be smart and fun, now it's all about pushing politics and nothing else. Cry harder, chuds. Don't you know this show was always making fun of people?
Yeah, no, fuck you. Actually, it's always been about that. If you haven't been able to understand the fact that The Boys has been making fun of politics as a grand scheme on both sides, you're dumb and you don't deserve a platform.
People like you.
Sheer fucking hubris.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get this over.
Yeah. Critical Drinker is operating off of sheer fucking hubris. Shocker, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. The Critical Drinker doesn't understand what he's talking about. Oh my God.
With, yes, most people with functioning brain cells knew exactly what this show was and where its political sympathies lay. Nobody in their right mind looked at Homelander as a misunderstood hero that represented the voice of the man.
You did 6 minutes before the point of this video that you're saying nobody understood Homelander. God damn it.
Nobody looked at Stormfront and thought, you know what, she's got a point there. Nobody clapped and cheered when the Deep forced himself on Starlight, and it's complete gaslighting to suggest otherwise. The show was never particularly subtle about its politics or what it expected its audience to take from it. The difference, though, is that for the first couple of seasons at least, it was...
So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm saying is that actually I recommended the first and second season of this, but if you actually watched it, you were fucking dumb. Because you didn't understand the political implications of what it was supposed to be. Why the fuck would you recommend it then? You stupid conservative retard. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you that you recommended it in the first place? If you understood from the beginning, as you're claiming to right now, shouldn't have recommended it. You shouldn't have. You should have.
Well, he's about to explain why he did and what's.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
It was actually fun and entertaining because the creative focus was still on the story and characters. And believe it or not, people can be surprisingly receptive to your political ideas when they're.
You see, ladies and gentlemen, because
I hadn't realized yet what the show was really saying.
You see, ladies and gentlemen, because
just enjoying it.
Because the stories and characters didn't actually agree with me personally. They didn't have stories and characters.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Critical Drinker. You're not paying good enough attention.
Yep.
You are not adept enough to give a good media reaction. It sucks. I'm sorry for you and your brand. I'm sorry you suck so hard, but you're past that point.
I can't even think of a point in the last 6 years that you could add. The Report, where
he will have a career until the day he does something that gets him canceled, or
I'm sure it exists. To be honest with you,
something to get him canceled already.
It already exists.
It either already exists or he's going to do something stupid. Everyone does eventually. I already did.
They're smartly presented and wrapped up inside an entertaining product. People can empathize with characters that embody ideas they don't normally support, as long as those characters are well written and likable. People are even capable of laughing at themselves when you point out the more absurd or extreme elements of their worldview, provided you do it in a way that's actually funny and insightful. In each of these cases, though, the primary focus should always be on entertaining your audience instead of lecturing or pandering to them, and I think this is where The Boys has finally come unstuck. The more strident and blatant your messaging becomes, the less entertained people are going to be, and the more of your audience you end up pushing away. Instead of uniting them with entertainment, you end up dividing and alienating them with politics. And well, I hope it was all worth it, Eric. I hope it was worth tanking your franchise, tarnishing your legacy, and turning your own customers against you, all for the sake of some cheap political theatre that's going to be forgotten as soon as your show's over. I hope all those pats on the back that you and your fellow writers have given yourselves make you feel better when the show inevitably gets cancelled. And no, I don't think I will be watching season 4 of The Boys after all. Quite frankly, I've got better things to do, and I suspect you do as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I've got for today.
Oh my God, look.
Go away now.
Shot an AR-15.
Everyone said that pop punk is dead, and boy, were they wrong.
What is this video titled?
That's an ad.
The Boys Season 4, How to Destroy Your Audience. You know what this video had none of? Any clips. Well, I might have had clips. I'll stop saying that. But any actual criticism of what happened in The Boys Season 4. It was just him talking about
he summarized consumer sentiment toward the product of The Boys Season 4 as he understood it.
If you're a fan of The Critical Drinker, get the fuck out. Just get the fuck out or give
There's
up.
no way there's
give
a fan
Trixie
of
money.
Drinker here.
No, there's literally no reason to be a fan of him. He didn't. There's nothing. There was literally nothing. I could make a better video out of that. I could make a better video of why you don't like season 4 of The Boys as a conservative.
There are actual criticisms surely to be made of season 4. Even the ones he was making could have been given detail. Like you could have specified scenes where it was like a little bit too much, you know, like
rape.
I even saw people on Twitter who were making good, like who pointed out scenes that were like, okay, that dialogue kind of sounds ridiculous. You know, there is a character who literally like introduces himself like, those blacks, right? Hate them, you know, like that's like almost the dialogue of the scene. Like it's a little much. It's a little hammy, you know. He could have brought that up. He didn't.
You're talking about Tech Knight.
I don't even know.
His name is Tech Knight. You know, A-Train, we had... I can't even do it. I can't even do it because it would sound bad. It would be a bad sound clip. But no, it's bad. There are things he could have done. But no, the problem is it's shitting on both of the sides.
Wait, so he said in the video he both hadn't and isn't going to watch The Boys Season 4? The point of that was him saying, I'm not going to watch it because people have shit on it. So he got 2 million views talking about how he's not going to watch a show because of the fan response to it.
I have a mission for you.
And he's just assuming the fans are correct about the show because why would they be wrong? And the fans love that because they don't think they're wrong.
Because, oh my God, I'm a conservative Republican and this show scorned me.
Why do I work? Why don't I just do bullshit? Why don't I grift? Why is it so hard for me to grift? I don't understand how these guys have such an easy time doing this and I don't. What is the mental blockage keeping me from grifting?
You haven't decided to be a Republican conservative.
There's liberal grifters. There's grifters everywhere.
They're not as liberal as you think they are. Republican
I mean, I don't think anyone's liberal if you own a phone. Like, I don't think you're liberal if you're alive and breathing. You're like,
Then grift harder, grift better.
I don't know how. That's what I'm saying. Why am I so bad at grifting? How do these guys do this? How do you bring yourself to do to just like I'm too moral to be a grifter? Why don't I get paid to be moral? How do you get paid to be moral?
You don't. You don't get paid to be moral.
Well, how do I end the morality? How do I become less moral?
Get in contact with ContraPoints.
Do you think she can help me be less moral?
Do you think ContraPoints is moral?
Not especially, but I don't think she's like a good grifter.
ContraPoints is you've got Destiny, we've got ContraPoints. Destiny, everyone knows is wrong.
Destiny might be a better person,
No.
but he's still he still works too hard. I'm talking about Critical Drinker did nothing there. He did nothing. He did nothing. There wasn't even editing in that video. It was just clips from the first 3 seasons replayed over and over again. He didn't even watch the show. He read some reviews and summarized what the reviews said.
Ladies and gentlemen,
How do I reach
I've
that
set
level
Beatrice
of grift?
off on a point that she can rant for 3 hours. So
My job is to watch 3 more episodes of anime, not to rant for 3 hours.
Wrong.
What do you mean by wrong? It's Simoun Groupwatch night.
Yeah, it is. Do you want to make money?
Yes.
It's not Simoun Groupwatch night.
Okay, fine. Lapusha with $5 says, "Can you play the ending of the video?" Wait, I can't read that because it went away.
Can you believe that the Critical Drinker made a 10-minute video criticizing season 4 of The Boys without almost at all mentioning anything that happened in season 4 of The Boys? I would argue, yeah, I know you can believe it, but oh my fucking God, he didn't mention anything.
He didn't watch it. He said he didn't watch it.
Yeah,
He
dumb.
said he didn't watch it.
That's the worst.
People watched this video and
2
liked it.
million people watched this and said they liked it. If you want to make money on YouTube, it's not a matter of having fun and nuanced opinions that you really care about. It's a matter of really fringe opinions of either, oh my God, I would never and I didn't watch this and I liked the first 3 seasons of The Boys, or I watched this and it was the best thing I ever watched.
I just think it's a matter of asking an AI, what did the audience think of this show, and then writing that
in terms
a
of
video.
writing a Critical Drinker video. Absolutely. Critical Drinker probably has not written a video for 6 years.
I mean, I believe
Gigic has not written a video for a decade.
Why do you think that?
I just don't think he has.
Why?
Do you think Gigic has?
Yes, I
written
think he writes his videos.
Why?
I've met him and talked to him about his videos.
When?
When I met him at Crunchyroll Expo. We did our thing
What
together.
year?
2018. I mean, for what it's worth, he barely puts out videos. He just does a podcast now. That's not written. It's just
those are videos
sitting on a
that you're putting
podcast.
out.
If you're saying he hasn't written a video in the sense that he's been doing unscripted videos, then yes, I would agree with you. He has not been writing videos.
Because why would you at that point?
You wouldn't. I wouldn't. I kind of don't anymore, actually. I kind of just do live streams because it makes me a lot more money than writing videos.
I have to go to bed.
All right, good night. I love you. That's an empty one.
Contemplate. Why does the Critical Drinker make more money than you do?
I know why. All right, let me go get some beers. I need more. Talk to them while I get the beers.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, me, Bird. Would you watch a stream of me playing video games and being really annoyed at the video game and or political takes?
Who knows? Birds, stay for 2 more super chats. Oh, fuck, dog. They gotta be short. They gotta be real fucking short. I have to wake up at 4:30 tomorrow. It's 11:30 right now. The super chats are 2 minutes. All right. No, Amy, you're right. No, Amy's right. I gotta stay awake for these. I already said I would. That's fine. I'll open it. Run the Amy shit. I promised I'd be awake for him. So honestly, I opened this because it would be less.
I need to grab one of those for you, you know. They're both for me.
Well, I'm giving this to you because
Okay.
I think you would like it more.
Well, thank you.
It's just, I have to be in here for the Amy thing that is 2
Just
minutes long. Because Amy said, please, Bird, stay awake for 2 more minutes.
And but see, you offset the cost of whatever she paid by drinking another beer in that time.
I'm not going to drink that. Narrator. But he did drink all of this.
This is the MCRM Hammurabi to unidentified vessel approaching the ring. You have entered restricted space. Respond immediately or you may be fired upon.
No need, no need. This the EK. Race out to Sirius station.
Your transponder is off.
Transponder busted, yeah? Me ballistic is all. Can fire up reactor, but that take a couple minutes.
EK, veer off now.
No harm, no harm. Me surrender, just got to get slowed down a little. Firing up in a few seconds. Hold your piss.
Hold your piss, sorry.
Evita, Satara me. Baby, today I do this for you.
That looks like a kitty face.
Today, I make history. Me, Maneo, your is long.
Oh, fuck. The boys?
I have no idea what the fuck that
What
was.
the fuck? The Expanse.
I guess that was a scene
I've
from
seen
The
a fair
Expanse.
amount of The Expanse. I didn't get to that point.
Oh, that was wild.
Was that it, Amy? Is that what you wanted me to be awake for?
Apparently, they couldn't really understand us because the bit rate was fucked. Well, yeah, that was wild. Oh, boy. Oh, don't worry, Gary. We'll get back to your super chat. Amy just demanded that hers was seen before Bird goes to bed. You swiped with all 3 fingers, thereby making everything be reduced at once.
I'm gay. And by gay, I mean super straight.
Gary asked for I Am Retarded by Hemroy Rogers.
All right, stand for that. You had to drive me to work in the morning.
Yeah, I remember.
You don't
I am
have-
not going to sleep, so
Don't listen to the hackers.
I don't know how the hell
The
you're.
ransom doesn't guarantee data decryption. Get your data back with Proven Data's 24/7 emergency ransomware recovery.
hair. Very.
It is kind of terrifying.
Oh, that's fun. I was like, I don't actually how I had that because that is kind of like just sounds like a little. And apparently they can't hear us. Like basically on my recent work images.
I was just videos too.
No, but like in
Face?
in one of the pictures recently for my work, I literally soy faced.
Soy faced. I see.
I went.
We do that all the time.
No, but I did it in one of my work promotion images.
Do they like put that in like a
I don't know. It hasn't been posted yet. But I literally did.
Good.
Because I was like, wow, you're taking a picture of us right now in peak like work hours where
yeah.
all of us could be doing something instead of being taken a photo of.
Yeah.
Instead of just taking a picture of us when we're working.
How do you still have so much energy? You did not sleep that much last night, and I know you
I
woke
slept
up
so much
very
last
early.
night.
Really? Oh, that's right. Yesterday you just got home and went right to bed. I forgot
slept
about
like
that.
12 hours yesterday.
I was wrong. I forgot that you.
I came
hadn't slept
home, went to
yesterday.
bed, and then went to bed longer.
Yeah. Never mind. Now I get it. That's why you've got so much energy. You were asleep for a long time. It was the day before that you didn't sleep very much. Right now, you will at best get 4 hours of sleep before work. Yeah, that's fine.
Make me coffee.
I will.
I wish you weren't streaming because I got shit to talk to you about.
I mean, I can end it if you really need me to. It's supposed to be a Simoun Groupwatch, and it's already fucking 3.5 hours divorced from that. So it's going to be a really weird layout in my playlists, and just in general, it's kind of fucked.
Lucario fan, have we done fun things for you to clip? No, I want
Trixie
you.
Clipsy is the clip more so the clip master.
Whatever.
I don't know if they're around right now.
It's fine. I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. I don't want to not camp, but I would like to attend the thing.
Yeah, we can do that. You already said that. You already told me that.
And then we can go camping after that.
Okay.
I wouldn't even mind going camping at the place that we don't like going.
I would, but there's a billion other places we could go.
If you want to go camping, you gotta book the campground.
Yeah.
You're picking me up at work tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
We're just driving there after the place I want to go visit to buy the tie-dye shirt.
Okay.
That's it. I haven't RSVP'd for the thing. It'd be fun.
I thought you were talking about doing both.
I don't fucking care.
Whatever, we'll figure it out.
There's that.
Really?
Ladies and gentlemen, you would not believe it, but you have reached the end of Bird being on stream.
I love you.
I love you too.
Don't forget your phone. And now it's just me again. How do I turn this back into a Simoun Groupwatch? Is it too late for that, or is that still something we should be doing? I can't get that fucking I Am Retarded song out of my head now. Amy says, I'm only 4 episodes into Simoun, so I have no idea. Well, it's a matter of timetables, you know? It's a matter of I set the schedule in such a way. And so if we didn't watch the other 3 episodes, the schedule would be altered. That would be annoying. Lapusha, don't forget my super chat. Are you talking about rewatching the end of the video where he says he won't watch season 4? Does he say it in like some kind of really particularly funny way or something? Oh, right. I plugged my headphones back in, so now I have to fucking redo this shit.
Frankly, I've got better things to do, and I suspect you do as well. Anyway, that's all I've got.
Okay, so he said he just had better things to do than watch it, and he suspects you do too. I mean, we all have better things to do than watch shows, obviously. Especially if we don't like them. He really does get a shitload of views. Just by being kind of the most over it. Why did he make the video? Because 2 million views very easily. I mean, what it comes down to, most YouTubers, to get into the real talk of it, most YouTubers hire a guy who is their search engine optimization specialist who tells them whatever is top in searches that week or that month or whatever, and then they make a video about that as quickly as they can before that thing stops trending. So if you are not caught up to The Boys, but it's trending, got to figure out how to talk about it. What's the video you can make that's going to get the most views without having to actually watch The Boys? You know? I've always struggled with the fact that I consider integrity to be my brand. So if a show comes out and I'm trying to be on top of it like that, I'll watch the entire fucking show and then I'll write my real opinions about it. And sometimes I can get that done in a timely fashion and actually take advantage of that SEO thing. And I'll give credit. A lot of YouTubers are doing that. I'll even say like Mother's Basement. Like that dude is literally just, if something is SEO relevant, that is for him a reason to watch it and to write about it, you know? But if I don't have like a strong opinion, I just can't. I'm like, well, what the fuck would the video be? Who would give a shit? You know? The answer is most people just want to hear somebody talking about their thing. I don't think most people even have thoughts about things. Like, I make my content for people who, like myself, are thinking about stuff, and that's not most people. So, like, you have to make a video that is the thought for those people. Like, people who they have a feeling, but they don't have any thoughts about the feeling. You know, that's what I think most critics are there to do, is to give words to the feeling everybody's already got. And I'm speaking to people who I'm like, okay, I'm sure all of you went through the same words I did watching the show. Let's talk about the next stage where, like, we thought about it, you know, where we, like, really tried to figure it out and not just share our vague opinions about it. Whatever. I've got schizophrenia. Do y'all want to watch episode 19 of Simoun or do something else? I feel like we should, for scheduling reasons, watch more of this fucking show. I know this is going to be a crazy episode, too. I let Bird throw us very far off course, but frankly, it's the first time in the last 2 days I felt particularly awake or made any money. So I would say that was overall probably the right decision to make. Orluna wants to watch Simoun. Ellen wants to watch Simoun. All right. Amy's going to bed. Good night. All right. We'll continue. We'll continue Simoun. Let me know when y'all are ready. We're on episode 19. I know this is going to be a crazy episode. I'm definitely ready to watch more anime now. I've got a burning feeling in my skin. Carrie always, I love it. A couple episodes of Simoun, 2 hours of Bird watching a 10-minute video, then some more Simoun. Yeah, well, you know. It's a more interesting stream than it would have been, I'll tell you that. If this had been Umideko Group Watch, I obviously would have kicked him the fuck out. I would have been like, absolutely not. I know I walked on his back during the last Umideko stream, but I would have been like, you know, I'm trying to play Umideko, right, motherfucker? But as far as I know, only like 4 people are actually watching Simoun with me. So, all right, let's go. 3, 2. He's capturing an aspect of like believability with the military where you almost take it for granted because it feels so much like how you understand a military to be. And this show, like, it plays with that, but I feel like it would be helped. It would have been served by more deeply imagining the inner workings of this war. Like, we never really understand the tactics behind anything that's happening. Like, why? Like, what is the logic of the fight they're having? You know, like, we'll understand it on a very vague level. But rarely do we really get, like, what are the stakes of this specific fight? You know, outside of the characters themselves, like, what is this fight for on a broader level for the war? You know, like, there's a lot of using war as symbolism, but not a lot of... Ellen, I agree with you. I see what you mean. You say, as somebody who doesn't care about military stories, you think that's a plus for me. And I think it was for me, too, when I was a teen, when I first watched this show, because I was less interested in those shows. So, like, I think it helped for me that everything is so vague. But now, as I watch it, it's kind of my biggest problem with the show is that, like, I get it emotionally, but, like, the setting and the story are really, potentially really interesting, and they aren't explored enough. Like, the setting and the world are super interesting, but because we never leave the ship, we never, like, see what normal society is like. We never see, like, how the military works outside of the people who are on the front lines. Like, Gundam doesn't do much outside of that, but at least it talks about it. Like, the characters will tell you what's going on throughout the ranks, and like it just feels like there's a better understanding of how war works on that show, you know? And this show, like, it understands war symbolically. I just don't think there's an expression of the mechanics of war, you know? Which, if you're gonna say so much about war, feels a little. It would definitely make the show more interesting. It would make it more appealing to, I think, the people who would like it. I think the biggest problem this show faces, why it never became popular, is that it's hard to say who it's for specifically. Like, being a very character-driven emotional story and then also a war story, like, it needed to do both perfectly if it wanted either one of those audiences to really love it or for both of those audiences to really love it. And instead, I think it does character drama pretty well. And then war story, like, not really that well. Like, it's all right, you know. But war is really more compelling to human drama. And that's how it always would be. But, like, I guess what I mean to say is it's compelling the character arcs, but it feels so disconnected. It just feels like the story isn't really connected to the world it takes place in, you know? First 3 episodes on Amulia and killed her in episode 3, then brought in Airu. And it instead, I understand why they did it the way they did it, but it didn't work. They should have done Amulia for like 3 episodes, brought in Airu, focused on her really hard for a while, and then maybe even brought in. All right, here's my solution to this show. I think they should have had episode 1. They have a big fight where someone in their team dies, but it's not Neveril's partner. But Neveril and her partner had been really cocksure in that fight and really thought they were going to pull off the Emerald Remajon, but they failed because they actually just aren't that good yet. Or maybe Amulia's not that good. Maybe actually the two of them can't do it together because Amulia is too full of herself, right? So in the first episode, they should have got one of their teammates killed. This makes Neveril lose faith, and Amelia keeps trying to convince her to bring it back, and she's almost abusive in the way that she's doing this, right? So there would be like a little bit of edge to her character too, because as it stands, there is a little edge, and in that, like, there's an irony to the way she talks right before she dies. Like, we're definitely going to do it. But it kind of feels like it's just Neveril's self-doubt that made them not able to do it. And it should have been more clear why she has that doubt. There should have been a good reason for why Neveril is doubtful that the two of them can work together. So it should have been the first episode, Neveril and Amuria are way too confident. They get one of their friends killed. Then in episode 3, by that point, the distance between the two of them has gotten even greater, where Amulia is trying to compensate for that death by going even harder, and Neveril is trying to compensate for that death by regressing. And that way, when a second death happens of the character we actually care about and wouldn't have expected to die by this point, and they also would have put her in the marketing because she would have been around. When that character dies is when we would have really woken up to how dark the series is, and it would have had some emotional impact that Neveril goes even further into her shell. Because as it stands, we just meet this girl and then she dissociates for like fucking half the show, which I, in retrospect, kind of appreciate because I think it's an interesting type of a character to have, but it would have hit so much harder if like we knew her before that point, you know, as opposed to, because the first episode is so fucking crammed with information about the world building and all the extra shit that didn't let us care about the characters at all. And then it takes way too long because it then in episode 2 introduces like 3 more characters on top of the fucking 20 it introduced in the first episode. And then we're trying to meet all of these characters at once, and it just takes forever. It should have been 3 episodes to establish the team we already had. In episode 2, they would have introduced Morinas, the silver-haired girl, because she's replacing the one they lost in the first episode. Then, in episode 3, when they lose Amulia and another girl that they'll lose, then they'll be replaced with Limone and Airu. this just would have fixed the structure so much, I think. Like, I'm just imagining how it would have felt if they wrote it around this. I'm like, it feels like it should have been. But it's easier to recognize in retrospect because Okada's creating something from nothing. There's no source material. I'm looking back on a 15-year-old show that I've had plenty of time to think about and going like, here's how I would have restructured things, But like, I just think that would have made it work better. And I'm sure Okada would just take a whole different approach to writing the show. She wouldn't even be thinking of it in terms of like moving the blocks that are already there around. She'd just make new blocks probably. But like, even just with what is there, moving a few things around, it would have hit a lot harder. And with this death, it should have come earlier. Because I think if we had that scene in if we had killed a major character in episode 3, then in episode 5 had Airu cutting off that fucking prisoner's hands. Then episode 8 had the Aeru scene where the woman blows herself up. And then episode like 13 had Daminura and Limone transporting to the other world, because that would have been the halfway point in the show. And then episode 14 or 15 kill Mamina. This would keep it feeling like every few episodes there's something really heavy happening, And as it is, it feels like the show starts off with a death that doesn't really have any impact. The cutting off the hand scene is the first moment with like a real pulse in the show. And that's episode 4 currently. And even then, it's not that dark. Like, not even having a character we really care about die until episode 19 into a war show. Like, I don't know. It's a little much. I literally thought it happened way earlier in the show. I kept remembering it as having happened earlier. And there's a bunch of shit I'd forgotten happened in this midsection. So yeah, I would definitely retool this show just a bit to put more space at the front, and then I don't know. Again, it's hard to be too critical because I know that they just did not have the resources and time to like realize this to the furthest degree it could have been. It was a crazy gamble to even make a show like this, Like, I don't think they would have if the artwork at the baseline level wasn't just so fucking good and the concept wasn't just so interesting of the whole, like, everybody's born a woman and then they decide what gender they pick. That alone made this like a necessary product. But I just don't think that anybody on the staff really had figured out how to make it a great show. And that's what's missing. It's good because there's so many interesting ideas, and it has the juice. It has the juice of a good show, but it doesn't have the meat. It doesn't have the whole bite, It's like a nice OJ, but you're craving the whole orange because you can imagine that this should be like, you drink that OJ and you go, this would have been the most succulent orange. This would have been the freshest, nicest, juiciest orange. I wish it was more than just the juice. I don't know why I do this to metaphors. Anyway, let's watch episode 20, shall we? It feels very much like an Odo Marco died in Attack on Titan. Well, and I'll say, when I watched this the first time in 2007, I'm sure I watched it literally in a day. And as much as of a like dissociative as I am, and as hard as a time as I have with names and plots, I'm sure I understood very little of what was happening in this show. Like, probably I understood the character dynamics, but none of the plot, none of the like overarching symbolism. I would have just been like, it's a gender swapping show and the characters have relationships. That's what I cared about when I was 17, And so Mamina and Rodoraemon have one of the more easy to understand, fleshed out, very direct relationships. It's the princess and the pauper. It's an old trope. The characters make total sense. Mamina has the coolest hair. She's got the slanted inwards eyes that I like. So like, I'm sure she was probably my favorite character other than Airu when I watched the show for the first time. And so when she died, that's the first thing I remember, like really remember, like from the show. Like, that's what had hit me. That's what made me like wake up when I watched it the first time, was like, oh my God, they killed my favorite character. But like rewatching the show and over the years, like my memory of that character is that like, well, okay, but she was not really interesting, you know, like she looked cool, she was cool, she just wasn't, I didn't care about her. It was just a shock that someone died at all to me when I was 17, you know, like I never was I'm a total fucking mark when it comes to uh foreshadowing. Like only in like recent years have I gotten like savvy enough. Really, it's more like paying attention enough to be like, oh, that character's about to die, you know? But usually I notice at like the last second. I notice at like the moment that the story makes it very clear this character's about to die, that they're about to die. It's rare that I notice way ahead of time, you know? So like with Mamina, I remember because again, I've seen this show twice, 2007, 2009. And in 2009, I remember rewatching this episode and being like legitimately upset how obvious it felt. Like how many death flags she puts up of saying, I want to be friends with everybody at the start of the episode and like cooking for all of them and all of them gathered around. And it's like, I can be upset at that only because retrospectively, I know she's going to die. Obviously, I fell for it when I was the age of the characters in the show, which I assume is the age they were aiming for. Like this show is for people like me, who was a 16-year-old gender confused, you know, anime fan. There weren't a lot of me, you know, there were just enough for this show to break even, I think, and not be like a failure. But it was not like a success in the way that it was ever going to get a sequel or an expansion or an OVA or anything. Studio Dean will milk any fucking property they have that's even marginally successful. So this had to have been like barely breaking even, you know, and like I knew when the US release was done by Media Blasters and they put it on 5 discs, because at this time in anime history, 6 discs was the standard for like a cheaper show of this length. So when you had it reduced all the way down to 5, it was like, okay, this is niche. This is for me. I'm going to be one of the people who owns these DVDs, and there's not going to be a lot of them. And they're going to be around, you know, forever. It did get a manga and a PS2 game, but I would bet all of that came out at the same time. Because typically with anime original shows, the production committee goes in on it with the expectation that it's going to be a franchise. Like they build all of these things. It's why Cowboy Bebop launched with a PS1 game and a manga. Cowboy Bebop has 2 manga, and the first one like was clearly made by somebody who couldn't have seen the show because the show didn't exist yet, and like had maybe been given a vague description of it, but it's nothing like Cowboy Bebop. So, or like Revolutionary Girl Utena had a manga that technically came out, started publishing before the show. So a lot of people think the show is based on the manga, but it's just not. It's its original concept by Pappas, the show team, you know, Eureka 7. It had a manga that was releasing concurrently, but it's original concept Studio Bones. Like they just hire people to make a manga because they're expecting the thing to be a franchise. And it doesn't have a source material, you know, with Simoun, Eureka 7, all these examples. They started as anime, and then it was like, how do we make as much money out of this as possible, you know? To my shock, the Cowboy Bebop manga really are shoujo. That's hilarious. I didn't know that. So it's Escaflowne manga that I did know. And Escaflowne is another good example of one that's fucking clearly the manga author had not been given information about the show. Because imagine my confusion. When I was like 13, my cousin, I think, had bought Escaflowne the movie on DVD, and we watched it. And I remember it looked beautiful, but I barely understood what was going on in the movie. And then I bought the first volume of the manga, and like the main character doesn't even look similar. There's a lot of nudity in it, which at the time I was very divided on, because on the one hand, I would, look at all of the nudity in the manga that I had, but I was very embarrassed about having it or buying it or like feeling like I would get stuff if something I bought had nudity in it and I didn't expect it. I rarely bought another volume because I would feel weird about it. And I sold that Escaflowne manga like not too long after having it at some point, and eventually watched the anime. And the anime is more similar to the movie. It's kind of the movie's kind of just a retelling of the show that cuts out most of the details and changes some of them, and changes the overall look and feel of it, which is weird in and of itself. So it's already weird that the show and movie are so different, but then the manga is like from another fucking universe, like it almost not even fucking related. And I know it's an anime original, so I know that the manga was probably just like, all right, we hired an artist, we told them what the story is, and they just totally drew based on their imagination what that would look like, I guess. All right. We should watch Simoun episode 20, yeah. Let's go ahead and skip to a minute 30. Actually, I'm going to go take a piss, so that'll give y'all time to get yourself set up. Y'all yourself, so y'all are plural, but you are also singular. It sounds like there's a phone ringing. Oh, it's my phone, isn't it? Hello? What's it? Oi. Y'all, I tell you what, I'm gonna end it. I've been streaming for 5 hours and I'm tired, and we'll just watch the entire rest of this fucking show next Tuesday. But I'm too sleepy. I sat down and I felt like I almost fell asleep from sitting down. So we'll do it later. I'm sorry about the delays. I honestly, I let Bird take over just because it made me feel awake. And I've been in a state of dissociation for the past 2 days, which is why I didn't stream yesterday. I literally sat here with like the name your stream open and just like listened to podcasts and stared into space instead of streaming yesterday. So anything that was going to pull me further closer to real life and reality, I just wanted to let it happen. And it worked. So I'm feeling better. All right. You live on the same wretched island as Critical Drinker. I'm so sorry, Yakuman. Enjoy the rain. It's raining here too every single fucking day. Which is why I'm so fucking out of it. I do not respond well to summer rain in Virginia. Anyway, good night. See you later. See you tomorrow, probably.